I welcome everyone on the behalf of Mental Health Action by People. So MAP is an NGO that aims to promote well-being and the quality of life of fellow men by proactive intervention in community mental health. So MAP is a charitable registered organization with Government of India. So MAP has done several projects on mental health at national level and having its chapters in all the states of India. So the mental health action is growing platform for connecting people, network and organization for sharing resources and for building knowledge related mental health and psychosocial support systems both in the emergency setting and in the situation of chronic hardship. So we aspire to building and shaping good practice in support of people affected by difficult events or circumstances. So we did many projects in the past, including the psychological first aid for flood survivors, and recently we are still running a project on psychological first aid for COVID sufferer and their families. So it is founded by our founder chairman, Dr. Krishnan Girish sir. Dr. Girish, I welcome you, sir, as a chair of the session. So Dr. Girish is the former president of Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists, and he has more than 35 years of experience working as a clinical psychologist, psychotherapist, and counselor, and his specialization in psychosocial management. So Dr. Girish founded this organization in 2004 with the mission to collaborate with all national international agencies to promote the cause and awareness of mental health uh, around and the privileged people. So Dr. Girish is also panel on the panel and advisory and consulting to many national international organization in India as well as the outside India also. So now I request Dr. Krishnan Girish kindly chair the session and inaugurate this. Our inaugural officer who is from USA, because it's too early in the US, in California, he will be joining within the few minutes. So I request Dr. Girish, so informally, kindly allow us to start the session with keynote speech because audience has joined and say a few inaugural words to start this session. Over to Dr. Girish.
Namaste, good evening, all my good friends in India, and good morning, my friends in US, because my good friend, Dr. Murphy Galibertin is here with me. Also, my another friend, Miss Nancy, I think Nancy, right? It's Nancy.
Nancy, yes.
Yeah, Nancy, and I hope that others are also here from US. So good morning and good evening would be right way in which I can connect to both of you to salute. As you all know that today is one of the very, very meaningful and very, very important days as far as our calendar is concerned. And being the chair of today's this inaugural session, I think this is very ceremonial. So I don't want to talk much because much louder, much meaningful. What we expect are, putting across of thoughts from my friend, Professor Murphy Galibertin as keynote address. But certain thoughts definitely are coming to my mind. I'm not going to talk anything about MAP per se, because Dr. Tallojane has already mentioned the vision and mission and how do we look at whole thing in mental health about, by MAP. But certain aspects is that every year, as you know, right from 1948, World Federation for Mental Health has been coming up with different themes. Those themes probably are kind of agenda for the year to frame various programs, implement, monitor, even by international agencies like WHO and other continents, countries, states, so on and so forth. Comparing with all the past years, perhaps I feel much more delighted and much more meaningful about the agenda, the theme they have set for this year, that is mental health in an unequal world. When I look at it, why the reasons that I would say it's much more meaningful, we have, if you look at, and if you make a comparative study about various themes, what World Federation mental health has been putting forth, you would see that we have gradually been moving from mostly just from a very restricted field of biology, like what you call as neurotransmitters, those kind of very micro system things, to macro but much more meaningful things, wherein the focus has been gradually shifting from perhaps biology to socio-cultural. And I think beyond the diplomacy, if you look at it, this is perhaps more reality. And now world communities are willing to, address the real issues instead of, keeping them, brushing them on the carpet and trying to give us a very different projection. When you look at mental health, this particular theme definitely suggests us that mental health is not just, it's not being designed or determined by genes, hormones, or chromosomes, or genetic makeup or nervous system, but the social cultural realities are much more relevant, mirroring the mental health issues of the world, maybe cultures, subcultures, continents and subcontinents, so on and so forth. Especially when you look at it, it understands that over the years, the divide between haves and have-nots is definitely became much more widened. It's not only in terms of finance, which is reflected even in the digital divide as well. So, because now we know that there is a lot of floating capitalism, perhaps, as part of post-liberal economic policies. That's what I sincerely believe. These economic policies and changes doesn't just happen as such, but it definitely reflects very much in mental health. Many of the mental health issues, if you try to look at, you will understand that which has got definitely reflection. It is very much linked to the economic realities of the world and the power structures of the world, how it is designing and dividing the world. Even if you look at, say, some example, I love to just share with you. Once we thought that, depression among women are much more, if you make comparison with men, maybe it is 2:1, perhaps. That is the usual reductionistic statement in all the classical textbook of psychiatry or clinical psychology. We have been attributing this to perhaps the biology of women comparing with men. And that was the classical psychiatric text. Say, for example, this Gillespie's text and all. If you still study, you will get this picture. To a large extent, comprehensive text of psychiatry also talks in terms of this only. But now we know that thanks to cross-cultural studies conducted by anthropologists, now we know that this is not so. In fact, women, they do suffer depression more in terms of number or in terms of severity, and primarily the reasons are, the social realities, the domestic violence, and the lack of support, and how their freedom is restricted, all the things. So now gender, it's a reality. It's not just because of the biology, but it is mostly constructed, and the social realities are definitely there. And another major thing, what you can see is that financial difficulties or have-nots of poverty and mental health. We were not rather focusing on what should I call as puppet syndrome. Sometimes there are communities and societies or slums or things like that, or some races even in some continents or in some states where some groups of people are not achieving as their counterparts. So we have been trying to find out a gene theory for it, but it has been now found that inability to thrive or to achieve further probably is because of the hardship wherein they have been trapped into. That's called puppet syndrome. They feel that they're just like puppet. What the best they try, they're not going to reach at a higher level. It's not just possible also to move on, even with the despite the best effort, as Seligman's learned helplessness says, the concept. And in this context, the Brazilian concept of nervosa is something we should remember. The ladies sometimes feel very tensed and anxious on the evenings, whether they may be able to feed some food for their children tomorrow. And that has been often labeled as a psychiatric illness. And any such lady who has got a problem will be taken to a psychiatrist, and the conventional method of treatment will be given, like your anti-anxiety drugs, maybe tranquilizers and all that. But why it's happening? The social reality of the VOSA is not any kind of imagined or fantasies, but the reality that they are really scared whether they may be able to feed their children, because they don't have rice, they don't have grains to give the children. So it's a reality. So when the social stark reality is like that, they're deprived and hence they are very anxious, but still we label them as if, that's a psychiatric illness. So this aspect has to be brought out. Now, what is happening? A person who is so much suffering because of poverty, because of have not, and they feel extremely anxious whether they may be able to feed the children tomorrow. And such ladies are taken to psychiatrists. They are given prescribed medicines and antidepressants. Again, pharmacological mafia plays a role. Already, he or she is so much burdened and extremely down. Over to them, they are being made dependent to pharmacological companies. There is an exploitation by pharmacy mafia, I would say. So these kinds of very, very tricky but very disguised phenomena, whatsoever taking place around the world, is a reality. Violence, gender. Now we know that sexual minorities, what we call as this LGBTQ, or your lesbians, gays, transsexual, or queer, that group, we have been talking that they are more prone to commit suicide. That has been a common observation. But why it is happening? What is the role of society? Is it because they are sexual minority? Is that reason why they are prone to develop suicidal tendency or anything else? But now we know that heterosexism as a bias and homophobia are the realities. So we do exercise the reasons why if at all they are prone to, have any suicidal ruminations or suicides. We know that it's a reality happening around. In fact, I'm coming from Kerala. Recently, we had last month, we had 2 suicides by this group, 2 ladies in the city of Cochin. So these sides, the social-cultural aspects, are often, gradually pushed aside. That was the practice. And when you look at this, the therapeutic intervention, instead of always depending on ECTs, which often has been already looked at as a human right violation by various human right societies or initiatives in the world. Now, we know that other than this, certain other therapies, like for example, narrative therapies, which is based on postmodern thinking, that you have to deconstruct the social constructive realities, and when it is deconstructed, definitely that would make a lot of changes. That would make a lot of changes into the discourses which a person is forced to just swallow and hence develops. So that kind of narrative therapy is an example how when you are changing certain scripts related to power, that is changed, how it can make an impact in the mental health of the communities or people, especially minorities. And another major thing is that we have to focus on indigenous healing practice and systems. In that context, I would say mindfulness is now a very stylish word which we use very commonly, very frequently. But mindfulness-based or mindful inward practices are now it's acquiring a new price value globally among the psychotherapists, and the clients are actually queuing up to get all that. If you look at it, mindfulness-based stress reduction techniques as practiced by John Kabat-Zinn of MIT Medical Center, which has been well appreciated, accepted, and you have got lots of neurophysiological brain studies to substantiate the impact of that. And again, you have got a DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy by Marshall Linehan. Again, when you look into the ingredients of therapeutic ingredients of Marshall Linehan's DBT, again, you see the importance and ingredients of mindfulness. Now, even I think my US friends are here, so this is what I want to, I can probably get it checked by them as well. I think very seriously that in the US, where antidepressant fails, where Prozac fails, there Buddha is successful and he wins. That's a story. So I think we have to reclaim Buddha. So a country like India, wherein we had such a Buddhistic thought that has spread into other countries like Vietnam, Japan, and then it developed the Zen Buddhism, Mahayana, then moved into other parts of the world, is now neatly being parceled and being sent to us like mindfulness. I appreciate that. At the same time, why can't we have such indigenous systems? Why can't we give it to our people instead of pushing them into pharmacy is another major question. So the social cultural aspects are very important. And one more thing I just want to bring to the notice of my good friends over here in this platform is that we have got various other self-support groups like Just Listening and Hearing Voices, etc. These groups, sometimes they speak much sensible things than the mainstream mental health professions speak. So we have got, as a part of this particular theme and today's observance, we have got an agenda. P means MAP, mental health action. We have got an agenda. The agenda is that we would like to definitely develop or frame a new project called MAP International. So MAP International is in fact, could be an initiative, a project of MAP, and we aim to that this particular project, MAP International, will try to have international dialogue with such group as, Just Listening and Hearing Voices, etc. So I earnestly, sincerely hope and I believe that my good friends in different parts of the world, like Murphy Gilliburton and Nancy and others, will definitely be a part of this our effort and project. And I already welcome them to support us to be a part of this in the MAP Project International. So we may able to have dialogues with this kind of different groups so that we can all get mutually empowered. We may able to, effect the good result of that. We can impact our subcontinent as well in this regard. So these are some of my thoughts. And MAP is doing excellently well with the togetherness, with the wholehearted support of all the friends. In fact, though I am speaking most of the time, I'm in fact not doing much work. The entire work is being done by all my friends and colleagues. So I love to use this opportunity to thank them all in one word instead of naming X and Y and Z. Of course, we are doing what the best can be done. So with these words, probably I'd love to conclude. And later, if I would like to make any comment, maybe if an opportunity comes, we'll definitely do that. Now, I request Dr. Thalojan to take over and connect with the next dignitary to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful and very inspirational talk. So I would like to tell again that our inaugural officer will join shortly because he's from California, so it's so early. So he will be joining very soon. So now we are proceeding with the timeline. So I also acknowledge the presence of Nancy Sweeney. She's a clinical psychologist from USA, and Dr. Dharamveer Singh. He's a faculty of speech pathology and rehabilitation sciences from PGI Chandigarh, and many other dignitary and officer bearer from National Rehabilitation Institute and Sub Foundation, and members of India Association, other members of Behavior Research Foundation, and the office bearer of MAP, Dr. Sugandhan, President Sir, and Pradipta Madam, Vice President Ritu Chauhan, and General Secretary Veena Krishnan. So now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Professor Murphy Halliburton. Dr. Murphy is Professor of Anthropology at Queens College and Graduate Center, New York, and he completed the Fulbright funded fieldwork in Kerala, India, that attempted to explain the India's success in treating schizophrenia. Currently, Dr. Murphy is involved in assessing the effects of movement for global mental health in South Asia. Dr. Murphy also published multiple books like Mud Packs and Project and India and the Patent Wars, that is published by the Cornell University Press. So Dr. Murphy specializes in medical and psychological anthropology, sciences and technology studies, and the anthropology of pharmaceutical. So we welcome you, sir, on the behalf of whole MAP and other organizing team. So now I request you to start your session, sir. Over to Dr. Murphy Albert, sir. You can unmute, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening and good morning. Namaste and namaskaram to all of you. Just one note. I noticed that I'm also a co-host, and I'm getting all these notices that people are waiting in the waiting room.
Yeah. So I will disable this, sir. It will not bother
okay.
you. Okay.
I'm just making sure. I hope someone else can see those names, because I see 4 people.
Yeah, we can see. We can see.
I've been
yes.
admitting them. Okay. But actually, it's good if I'm a host, because I'll want to show some PowerPoint slides, mostly of some
you
of
can.
the
You have full access to share the screen, sir.
Okay, very good. So yeah, thank you so much to my good friend Dr. Girish and to the other leaders of MAP for this invitation to speak on World Mental Health Day. Inviting a medical anthropologist to speak on this invites a more subversive discussion of mental health than you might get if you were to speak to have a psychiatrist speak about this. I'm not going to make the usual points that are made on Mental Health Day, and you know, normally on this day, you have speakers and also institutions making statements about you know, bringing more care, more treatment to those who are mentally ill, and especially to those who don't have access to such treatment, and combating stigma. Those are the common messages you hear. And of course, more care, more help is something that we can always all agree upon. But a key issue is what kind of care, you know, is it? The tendency has been to increase access to psychopharmaceuticals and to increase the reach of Western allopathic psychiatry in non-Western and low-income parts of the world. And this is a form of delivering care that I'm very skeptical about, and I've done research on. I believe that aid needs to be more in the form of psychological help, as Dr. Girish said, in endorsing indigenous methods that are already there in many societies, rather than pushing them aside. And also the point on stigma, I was actually just reading China Mills from the UK and Dr. Suman Fernando, Sri Lankan psychiatrist based in London, in their books. They both make the point that stigma actually comes from the psychiatric view of mental disorder. So for example, I know from my work in India that if you are, you know, afflicted with this mental distress, and it's perceived in a way that families will go to a temple, a mosque, or church that are healing centers to deal with these problems, that understanding and that kind of treatment is not stigmatized. But if you understand the problem as something internal to the patient and their biology and their genetic makeup, and then they pursue psychiatric therapy, that is a stigmatized state. So there is a paradox here that with sort of the promotion of psychiatry and the anti-stigma, the two things can be at odds with one another. I think it's also important to signal attention to the movement for global mental health, an international movement based out of London. It used to be, but Dr. Vikram Patel has actually moved to Harvard University Medical School, so more based out of Boston. But there's still actually a lot of people in at Harvard and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine are promoting this project to well-intended to help solve the suffering of people in low-income countries, and it's through the expansion of Western-style psychiatry and psychology. They say that they don't believe in simply a biological reductionist approach, which is good to hear, but most of their interventions involve increasing access to pharmaceuticals, but they also do intervene in other ways. But one thing that's interesting about the movement for global mental health, and I've been involved in a recent book about that, bringing critique to that from researchers from many different angles in public health and anthropology and other fields. One of those critics, my colleague Harish Narayandas at JNU in Delhi, has an article in this new book about people pursuing mental health treatments in Germany. And he shows these German Kurs, which is a word for sort of a spa-like retreat that people can go to in Germany, doing things like water cure and indulging in mysticism that's alleged to have Indian origins, and engaging in other what we might call alternative therapies. And Professor Narayandas brings up the question: why is it that in the West people get to indulge in choosing and trying out different therapies, whereas the movement for global mental health says everyone else, the low-income countries, almost conform to a one-size-fits-all model of psychiatry, that is the only rational pursuit for these kind of problems. And efforts from the movement for global mental health have actually already reduced to some degree some ritual healing in India. There are these programs called Dawa or Dua, in Hindi, the medicine and prayer, where psychiatrists are now attached to temples, dargahs, also Sufi shrines that people go to pray and go through various ritual exercises, chanting, meditation, and other ritual activities at temples and mosques to relieve their suffering. The Indian state has mandated more available psychiatry, and sometimes they actually attach a psychiatric clinic to these places to redirect the would-be supplicants to a psychiatric solution for the same kind of problem. And some researchers have actually said this has reduced religious healing practices in India. And some have even demanded a right for non-medical asylum, is the word, a place where someone can go for asylum, for shelter, which they often get from these religious centers, but they're asking for a non-medical one where they can just have asylum and they're not sort of forced to interact with a medical sphere and be coerced into taking medicine. Regarding what Dr. Gersh was just saying about women, some of these people are women fleeing domestic violence who end up at these places. And so basically my main point is that I think we need to bring the psycho and the social back into the biopsychosocial model that many people claim is the model for mental health. Let me go ahead and share a few slides that really are about citations of some of the works that I'm discussing. And let me just get that open. So I'm just going to share my screen, which, oh, there it is. Okay, share screen. Okay, are you all seeing PowerPoint slide now? Is everyone able to see the slides that I'm trying to share? Oh, okay, so I see in the chat now some people are saying yes. I wasn't hearing anything, not seeing the chat. Okay, so great. So this is a reference to what I just said. Stephen Sharfstein, a psychiatrist and former director of the American Psychiatric Association, said a few years back that the biopsychosocial model has been taken over by a bio model of mental health. I think that's a very apt critique. I think it applies to psychiatry in India as well as in the US and in many other places. And so I think we need to return the psycho and the social to this model. I would even argue for a psychosocial bio model, but bio at the end. I think it's the least significant of these factors. And that's what I've seen in my own research, actually, for example, in recovery from schizophrenia in India, where the role of the family and the role of the sort of ease of getting back to work seem to be the major variables that account for a better outcome, which we know from the WHO studies of schizophrenia. They have access, actually, despite the World Mental Health, the movement for global mental health. All of the people I interviewed in India under mental health care, they all were on medication already. The same medications people are taking elsewhere, but the big difference seemed to be the role of family and social support and the role of work in India. So let me go to, okay. Just to give you some citations, and I'm happy to send this out to anyone who wants to see the citations again, because I may be going through them too quickly, but just here are a couple articles from the advocates of the movement for global mental health. It's a variety of scholars from different parts of the world. It's mostly based in the UK and the US, but it has members from many different countries. And they have a massive publications. These are just two small samples. But in 2007, in the Lancet, there were a number of articles that sort of inaugurated the opening of this movement. And here are some citations of some of the critics of this movement. I've mentioned a few points of critique, but it's a vast topic, and there has been a significant debate about this movement and this approach in the research literature, including these works. And the bottom work came out in 2001. I was involved with it. Specifically provides insights from researchers working in South Asia and Southeast Asia and bringing up critical perspectives. Yeah, Dr. Salmia did you have something you wanted to say? Or maybe raised hand by accident. Okay, let me go ahead and move forward. And the world of global mental health is rather confusing because there are many different programs that use the label global mental health. For example, you see the middle citation here by Ross White, Sumit Jain, and others, the Palgrave Handbook of Sociocultural Perspectives on Global Mental Health. And some of those people actually work in institutions that have the label global mental health. But this group in particular sees their approach to global mental health differently from the movement for global mental health, which is led by Patel and Alex Cohen and others that I showed in the previous slide. The group with Ross White here, they believe in improving global mental health globally, not something that they're targeting at low-income countries. They don't believe that we should look at low-income countries, at non-Western countries, as particularly having greater problems that need more intervention than other places. That's one difference that they have while using that same global mental health label. And here's a few citations that relate to an increasing doubt some people claim in the biomedical model of mental illness that has been occurring in the West, in Europe and the US. And one of the critiques that comes from the critics of the movement for global mental health is that while people in the West are beginning to doubt this model, that same model is being exported to other parts of the world. There's a lot of literature on this. These are just a few examples. The top article by Casa Calenda and Perry compares remission in depression in patients undergoing pharmacotherapy, drug-oriented therapy, psychotherapy, which was talk therapy only, and then control conditions, which are various in the study. And the study finds that the psychotherapy without the medication was as successful as it was with the medication. And on top of that, a greater number of people taking the pharmacotherapy left treatment than did the psychotherapy. So, which is a way in which efficacy is kind of moot in cases where a patient actually leaves the therapy they're undergoing. So one study attesting to the, let me just close these little notifications I have, attesting to sort of lack of strong evidence for pharmaceutical orientation. And if you look at the second study by Harrow and Job, factors involved in outcome and recovery in schizophrenia patients not on antipsychotic medicine, they followed up schizophrenia patients over multiple points over 15 years, like they checked in every few years. And they found that those who were not taking antipsychotic medicines were doing better than those that were taking medicines, especially in the long run. You saw the graph, divide as time goes by, those remaining on the medication doing worse. Okay, and this really flies in the face of the advice so many people get, most people get, who are diagnosed with a severe mental disorder such as schizophrenia, that their brain is broken and they need to be on medication for life. That's not what this, and there are other studies. This is just an example. It's not what is necessarily being found. The support of the pharmaceutical method is at best ambiguous. And that's why in the next citation, which is actually from The Guardian, the newspaper based in the UK, why Big Pharma stopped searching for the next Prozac. What that article basically tells you is that basically pharmaceutical companies have found it difficult to prove the efficacy of psychopharmaceutical drugs. And so many have stopped trying to develop such drugs. There's many fewer in the pipeline. They're going to other directions. In the past, they have done trials showing drugs to be effective, but they've also not published results showing them to be ineffective. Some people have referred to this as the publication bias. There's a bias towards publishing results that are positive. While results that are negative are just as important to the scientific literature, they're not very interesting to the researchers and the pharmaceutical companies behind the efforts to report failures. And they're not very interesting to journal editors either. They tend to prefer studies that show effectiveness. And there's been critique that a lot of the clinical trials of psychiatric medications, the non-publications of unsuccessful results, has not adequately informed the scientific public. So, but anyway, Big Pharma knows this. They're reducing their production of psychiatric medications. The last citation is a review of trials for electroconvulsive therapy, claiming that there is dubious evidence that this therapy is in any way useful, and they strongly question the use of this. Other researchers have claimed that the use of direct ECT, which is often done in India, where no anesthetics are used, which is a very dangerous therapy and very unpleasant to the person receiving it. I wouldn't even actually call it a therapy. Some people have been highly critical of this practice. Its defenders justify it because they say, well, in low-income countries, anesthesiologists and anesthetics are very pricey. We can't always use those, so they feel like it's the ECT can save lives despite the lack of evidence that it's very effective at that. To go ahead and do that. However, the United Nations recognize giving someone electric shocks like that is a form of torture. And if you're doing it without anesthetics, it's even more clear how it's hard to find the difference between torture and therapy. In fact, a book by Saima Varma called The Occupied Clinic about mental health care in Kashmir has pointed out that there's a psychiatric hospital where she worked that shares a wall with a police station. In the psychiatric hospital, they use ECT as a therapy. On the other side of the wall in the police station, police use electric shock as a form of torture to get information out of detained alleged militants. And she points out that it's hard to draw a distinguishing line between, care and abuse in that situation. And so yeah, those citations, and then there are the WHO studies of schizophrenia, which I'll just rush through these briefly. They have present these very intriguing findings that some of you may know, and I've spoken about this and written about this on other occasions, that so-called developing countries do better in recovery from schizophrenia than developed countries. And this research has been followed up on many occasions. The research methods adjusted to account for additional variables, and they have always found the same thing in redoing this study from different angles. So it seems to be a very robust finding that is very intriguing. It also calls to mind the question of why are some people trying to save these developing countries with more psychiatry when they're actually already doing better with what is supposed to be the most intransigent mental health problem, schizophrenia? Why aren't we learning from those countries what they're doing right and applying it to places that aren't doing as well? And the last citation by Kim Hopper et al., it's a book, Recovery from Schizophrenia, is probably the most comprehensive assemblage of all the different studies that were done on this topic since the 1970s. So those are some citations to support the claims I'm making, the suggestions I'm making about social and biological models. Let me also bring up farmer suicides in India, a much talked about topic, which I think very vividly, starkly illustrates the debate over the social versus the biomedical model. And as many of you know, there has been an epidemic of farmer suicides in India in recent decades. That, well, from the sociological perspective and the economic perspective, has to do with the prices of crops, the need of farmers to go into great debt to buy the inputs they need for farming. And there's a whole story about that, about agribusiness behind that. And increasing the farmers are in debt and they can't make any gains against this debt, and often take their lives. Sometimes there's a benefit their suicide gives to their family. The family is able to get some money as compensation, and they're able to use that to help pay down the debt. as a way to intervene in this problem, the Indian state and some advocates and psychiatric NGOs promote increased access to antidepressants for these farmers so that they won't commit suicide and to psychotherapy, but mostly to medications. And critics point out that the problems, the motivations for suicide clearly have to do with debt and the socioeconomic structure of agriculture in India right now. Using antidepressants is not going to be an effective way to address this problem. And in fact, some farmers have actually written to the Prime Minister in their suicide notes, objecting to the price of crops and the economic problems of farmers. So some of the farmers who have committed suicide have clearly declared the economic cause of their actions, which compels us to think that we need to consider the individual level, of all these incidents, of course, as well. But we need to address the social level and the social economic problems that lead people into a position of what we now often call precarity, where many people will take such actions. But how do you do that? It's difficult to, can we expect people like the Movement for Global Mental Health, who have pointed at the economic suffering of farmers, but then also in their interventions advocated for more access to psychiatric medication. I'm critical of that, but on the other hand, I'm thinking to myself, well, how can the Movement for Global Mental Health change the agricultural policies of India and the practices of agribusiness? That would be a difficult thing to do. In fact, the millions of farmers that have been protesting around Delhi for the last few months have not been able to get the country to change its current plans to further reform farming to the disadvantage of farmers. So what can one do about the social aspects of these problems? I think that there are ways to do that, and this is the point I want to end with. There are examples of working on a sort of a smaller level on these problems. Some examples of this are in China Mill's book, Decolonizing Global Mental Health. She brings up the example from Tamil Nadu in India, the state of Tamil Nadu, where there have been a high incidence of students committing suicide after failing certain exams, the high school level exams. And some activists have convinced the Tamil government to give students a chance to retake the exam 1 month after they get the results, instead of having them have to wait a whole year to do it again, as a remedy to reduce suicide. This is a remedy I think that is kind of remedy that I think is wise. A small adjustment that actually doesn't cost much of anything compared to the treatment you'd have to give to reduce the incidence of suicide. Or to go again to Saeed Bowarma's book, The Occupied Clinic, on psychiatry in Kashmir. In one of her chapters, she follows some NGOs that are providing relief for mental health problems in Kashmir. And she reports an incident where she is with the NGO workers who are meeting with a woman who has received help from the NGO. And they're asking her about the help she received. And all she mentions is that the NGO workers gave her food and helped her repair this damage to her house that the Indian Army had done. The Indian Army came and killed her husband, an accused militant or something. And there was actually a big hole in the wall of her house still from this, and they helped her repair the hole. And then one of the NGO workers said, well, what about the psychotherapy and the medication? What you guys? And she said, oh yeah, I got that too from them. But the first thing she pointed out was the food and the aid in repairing her wall. And what we would consider psychological and psychiatric help was secondary. Likewise, my own PhD student, Nadia Agustiniak, who is completing her dissertation based on research on mental health treatments in Sri Lanka. And her research points to many cases, like what Saeed Bowarma reports, where, for example, she spoke to a patient, a client of a counselor in Sri Lanka, a psychological counselor, not a psychiatrist. And the patient, the client was very happy with the help she received. Nadia, the anthropologist, asked, "Well, what did you find helpful about the counselor?" And the client said, "Oh, she helped me get these glasses and a hearing aid." She only later agreed that yes, that's right. She also did get counseling and a psychiatric referral and medication. But the first thing she pointed out was the eyeglasses and the hearing aid. And this is something, Nadia has observed this many times in her work in Sri Lanka, where the psychological counselors working for these government programs in various towns spend as much time trying to correct economic problems in the patient's lives, helping them get jobs, helping them get financial benefits that they're due to them that they aren't aware of from the government to help them get by. And often, the person may have been left by her husband, may have been abused. Her son is failing in school. She also has to take care of her elderly parents, and she doesn't have enough money. And all of these problems can't be solved at once. But these counselors are able to get her actual local aid from government organizations, to help make things easier. In fact, you could see the counselors in Sri Lanka as being people who have more cultural capital or social capital than the poorer patients that they help. And in a way, those counselors are people who use their social capital to get resources for the poor people suffering psychological distress because of things going on in their life. And so I think that these kind of smaller level examples are the kind of things that we ought to prioritize more. That's what I want to call attention to on World Mental Health Day. I have a sense that MAP already does these kinds of interventions. As long as we can't change the agricultural policies of India, we can hopefully find micro level social remedies for mental health. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for your invitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Murphy, for a brilliant session. Now I request Dr. Sugadan, President of MAP, kindly present a vote of thanks about the session. Oh, Dr. Sugadan. Yes, please unmute now. Yes,
good evening and good morning to all the participants. And it is very enchanting and happy to hear from our Professor Murphy Halliburton, USA. When we talk about Professor Murphy Halliburton, it's a very familiar face, and the talk, the way he narrates to MAP family. I am very much honored, and it's a privilege to thank Professor Murphy Halliburton on this occasion. It is our pleasure to give away our gratitude on behalf of MAP as well as on behalf of all the participants present here. And the way Murphy narrates, because I remember last year during July, also we had a talk on suicide concept, causes and consequences from Professor Murphy Halliburton. I once again thank Professor Murphy Halliburton for his kind words and the knowledge he spared, the references he made. And I would again give away my gratitude on behalf of all the participants of MAP. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to Dr. Tarlojan Singh.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So thank you from my side also. And now our inaugural officer, chief guest of the day, Dr. Harmesh Kumar, sir, has joined from California. So it is so nice of him. So he spared time for us so early from California. So without wasting time, we would like to inaugurate the program. And before that, I would like to introduce Dr. Kumar. Dr. Kumar is a licensed clinical psychologist and is in private practice. He has more than 25 years of experience in mental health. He owns and operates assisted living and skilled nursing home facilities in the Bay Area of Sacramento and Fresno areas in USA. He is the founder of Therapeutic Residential Services, that is an agency providing independent assisted living and skilled nursing home facilities to the seniors, developmentally and mentally disabled population in the Bay Area of Sacramento and Central Valley. He is the also founder, president of non-profit mental health agency in California called South Asian Behavioral Health and Training Foundation, that is SABH. So SABH Center provides the mental health and the residential services to South Asian communities. He was the founder of another mental health agency, that is the Hume Center. So Hume Center did become one of the largest training center in the Bay Area and created more than 20 permanent jobs and 40 training positions annually for clinical psychology students from major graduate schools, and it is accredited by American Psychology Association. It is providing well-needed services to the community in San Francisco Bay Area. Dr. Kumar served as the president of Hume Center till 31st of 2004. Dr. Kumar began his professional career in 1983 as a social scientist, that is psychologist, with World Health Organization's Collaborative Center for the Mental Health Research at Department of Psychiatry, PGI, MER, Chandigarh, India. So he taught general psychology, nursing, and medical psychology at PGI. Then he moved to USA in 90. So he remained on the position of editor in Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology during 1984 to 1986. He moved to USA and he taught US at Rosebridge Graduate School of Integrative Psychology to the psychology student. So Dr. Kumar is devoted to research in neurobehavioral and neuropsychological areas and received the grant of $1 lakh from the National Institute of Health in US. So Dr. Kumar also served as a president of Federation of Indo-American Asia Association of North California. He is currently serving as the executive committee of Interfaith Council of Contra Costa County, and he is also serving as a commissioner of City of Concord in California for Human Relation Commission to serve the local community, and presently serving as a chair of commission. So he remains as a member of board of directors and advisor to many national and international organizations in US and Indo-US associations, including Monument Community Partnership, and he's a trustee of A. Kumkar Peace Foundation. This is a foundation there's a corporation circle of United Religious Initiative. As a trustee, he attended World Parliament of Religion in Barcelona, Spain, and represented the US in Barcelona. He also serves on Advisory Council of India Committee Center. So Dr. Kumar started annual Spring Diversity Festival in California to build bridge in different ethnic communities. So he participated in free community health fair organized by various local charitable organizations such as Federation of Indo-American Association, American Association of Physicians, and served as a chairperson of Allied Health Professional in Northern California Neuropsychological Forum. So Dr. Kumar was honored with various and very prestigious awards, including the Certificate of Recognition by the Senate of State of California for his services and welfare, Citizen of California. And he was also awarded the Hind Ratan Award, that is Jewel of India Award, by the Non-Resident Indian Welfare Society in India for his achievements and contribution to well-being of Indo-American community as well as to the mainstream society of United States. Dr. Kumar also contested the governor election in Concord County, California, and the mayor election also. So we are really privileged and feeling honored to have you, sir, as an inaugural officer. So kindly inaugurate this World Mental Health Day program observance by MAP and say few inaugural word. Over to Dr. Harmesh Kumar, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Trilochana. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear.
No, thank you so much for your kind words and inviting me to this wonderful forum. We need these forums more and more with what Dr. Halliburton was saying. It's not only mental health issue, it's also awareness, creating awareness of these socioeconomic factors, what is happening. Recently, I do a radio program from the San Francisco Bay Area every Monday from 11 to 12. It's called Emotional Healing with Dr. Kumar. I have been doing on and off for last 20 years in the Bay Area. There is tremendous need right now. What is happening with this instant gratification human beings want, and the corporation and social media, they want us to believe what are they saying. Sometimes our emotions get hijacked. Dr. Halliburton would support this, that some things what we see visibly, they are not real issues. The real issues are the things we don't see in real life, like this coronavirus. We don't see it, but it happens. And all of what Dr. Halliburton talked about, the farmers in India, and not only farmers in India. When we started these agricultural reform here in this country, in the United States, I have been here for 30 plus years now. I do work in the prison industry in California as a contractor. So total experience I have is around 38 years in the mental health field. And in the prison, we have one of the largest prison industry in the world in the United States. And the maximum number of people, those who are imprisoned in the world, are in the United States, are in California. And unfortunately, I'm representing one of that prison in the state of California. Right now, I'm working in the California medical facility as a contracting psychologist. And I want to thank all the kind of MAP members, those who are really doing this efforts to educate the community. Even the name suggests mental health by mental health action by people. And it's not the mental health professional which are going to promote mental health of each individual, it's the people itself. As politicians are trying to make us aware and make us fight and make us divide to get their ends, because corporations are funding their campaign, and they are the one sending the lobbyists to make the decisions for the corporation, not for the people. Even though in the United States we say it's a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, it is not government for the people. It is government for the lobbyist and for the corporation. America is not a true representation of the people of the United States. So Dr. Halliburton will agree with me. And there are so much research which is happening in the United States, because I started in 1983 in India, when we used to go to the rural India to provide mental health treatment to the rural right, and those who are suffering from schizophrenia, epilepsy, and other mental health disorders. It used to cost us pennies to help these rural patients in India, because we will go and distribute the medication. They won't have the transportation to come to PGH Chandigarh. They won't have the family members. If the family member leave, then they have to leave the work. And most of them are so poor that if they don't work, they can't feed themselves and their families. So there was mechanism in place at that time, which were very humanistic mechanisms. And now those mechanisms are being dismantled by the government agency. There are so many structural inequalities we see here in the United States, and they are being perpetuated all over the world. In India right now, with the current government of India, and they are trying to implement the policies of the United States, those who have failed here 50 years ago. And they are trying to implement those policies right now in India, which have already failed and created such a chaotic and catastrophic reaction. And we have 47,000 people in the United States committing suicide every year. But media doesn't talk about it. Nobody wants to discuss this. If you talk to these politicians, they say, people are suffering from mental illness. It's not the mental illness. I did 2-3 weeks ago my radio program with Dr. John Craig. He's a veteran in the US Air Force, and he's a professor at Utah University. He has done a study that it is not the mental health alone which keeps people or move people towards suicide. It is also the socioeconomic and the political factors people live in and the context people live in. And we are ignoring those factors when we label only that these are the people who are committing these suicide. They are only suffering from mental illness. It's not mental illness alone. So he wrote a book called Rethinking Suicide, in which he mentions that the socioeconomic factors and political factors contribute more toward desperation, and there are no kind of escape for these individuals from the system to give them adequate rescue tools so that they could live their life in a more meaningful way. So I want to congratulate MAP organizers for doing such a good awareness about mental health issues in the world, and especially in India. We need to create these awareness camps, not only through these media tools. And now with this COVID, one thing we have seen that Zoom has created wonders for bringing people together from their homes through this social media. But at the same time, virtual things don't really come very close to the real things, what is happening on the grounds. And we need to have boots on the grounds to help local community. And I was in India 2 weeks ago, and I did see those farmers lined up on the route to New Delhi from Chandigarh. And these farmers for 9-10 months, and they are trying to protest these laws, which has really played havoc in the United States. In the olden days in the United States, Dr. Halliburton would agree with me, the agricultural share in the United States used to be 60%, and now it is only 3%. And the rural communities are being impacted by this. Same is true in India. 60% of Indian farmers and the workers really depend on for their livelihood on the farmland, whatever little they have. If they want to go to a farmer in the rural area to get help, if the farmer has the control, it is so easy to get it. If they want to go to Adani, Ambani, or Microsoft or Facebook, they won't get because there are so many gatekeepers to get to the real person. And these gatekeepers are increasing day by day by these corporate tycoons. And we need to educate the mainstream community that we really need to make a difference creating these empowerment tools to the local communities. And that's what mental health awareness is all about. Once we create this awareness, once we educate, empower the people, people will take the action themselves. We don't need to do much, because it's not a responsibility of the mental health professional only. It's mental health, it's a responsibility of each and every human being. Even all our spiritual leaders, starting from Buddha, from Lord Krishna, from Guru Nanak, from what they did. You know, a few days back, one of my friends, he wrote a book on Mr. Jeevan Joshi. He wrote a book on Earth on Trial. And he invited me to take part in his launching of the book. And Earth on Trial, what he was saying, that there are so many invisible and visible things happening in the world, which are kind of impacting our existence in this world, on the face of the earth. And one of the things he was saying that these invisible things are so hard for us to pay attention to, because they are so invisible until unless we really pay attention more closely to these issues. So it's not only mental health professionals, those who are struggling to convey the message of empowering communities, it's also economics. Dr. Amartya Sen, who got the Nobel Prize in economics, if you read his book, he talks about these social identities and these flaws in the system, which creates more and more social disparities. And more social disparities, inequalities you create, more pressure, emotional pressure on human beings, and more human beings face these emotional pressure, more psychological caving in they feel, and more devastating experience they feel. So I would really once again want to thank you for doing this wonderful job, creating this awareness in the community, and thank you for inviting me to this forum. And thank you all the speakers and all the organizers.
Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Dr. Talochan.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your very informative and enlightening words. So, in fact, I have no words to thank you because sparing your valuable time to inaugurate our function. Thank you so much. So now, with your permission, let's proceed further. So now we, as per the schedule, we are proceeding. So we have another special address now on the theme that is mental health in unequal world. So by Dr. Uma Chandrika Milner. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Uma. Dr. Uma is a licensed psychologist and assistant professor in the Division of Psychology and Applied Therapies at Lesley University, Boston. Dr. Milner has MA in mental health counseling and doctorate in counseling psychology from Boston College. She completed her doctoral internship at Cambridge Health Alliance and Harvard Medical School. She also has an MA in clinical psychology from University of Pune, Maharashtra. Dr. Milner has extensive experience working in the hospital and community-based mental health setting, providing psychotherapy services to diverse group of individuals. At present, she has a small private practice where she provides pro bono and sliding scale counseling services. At Lesley, University of Lesley, she leads a team of research professionals and research assistants who are the part of mental health identity and adaptability research lab. So Dr. Milner has also worked on several federally funded research projects focused on the vocational empowerment and community integration of individuals living with serious mental health conditions. So Dr. Milner has also founded an NGO that is INDIAR, Indian Network of the Diaspora for Essential Aid and Relief during the COVID pandemic, and she is providing psychological first aid at free of cost to all the sufferer and needy people due to, that is affected by the COVID. India has now grown into a collective volunteer Indian, South Asian, non-South Asian mental health professionals across the globe who have partnered with healthcare colleagues in India and at national level for providing free psychological first aid and related mental health support. So I would like to add here, so India is also participating and collaborating with MAP for various projects related to psychological first aid in India. And in today's session also, India has collaborated and co-organized this mental health day program. So now I welcome Dr. Uma. So over to you, Uma ma'am, for special address on this day, Dr. Uma. You can unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, and good morning to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Hello to everyone. Everyone. Hello, and good morning to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Hello to everyone. Everyone. Hello.
Yeah, your voice is echoing and repeating it. Maybe you are using two speakers. We can hear you several times.
I think you are connected to 2 devices. Please check.
Yes. Sorry about that. I also had Facebook Live on because I wanted to make sure both things going. I'm so sorry. Technology clearly is not my strongest suit, but now everyone can hear me and I'm not echoing, right?
Yes, perfectly fine.
All right. Okay, well, let's start again from the top. Good evening, everyone in India, and good morning to those joining us from the US. It's a pleasure to be here and to present, and it's our hard act to follow, Dr. Halliburton and Dr. Kumar. So thank you for having me join this wonderful event. Let me pull up my slides so I can, let's see. I had it all queued up, but yeah, so I usually like to start all of these kind of presentations with an expression of gratitude and an acknowledgement of all the work that has gone into this. So I want to start with first thanking MAP. I think, like Dr. Kumar said, that this is an incredible opportunity, and what a wonderful organization that focuses on actually activism for all people, like involvement of everyone in psychological health and well-being. And I think that's just such a wonderful philosophy of the organization. And it's been such a pleasure working with you, Dr. Singh and Dr. Girish, and of course, Dr. Rithu and Dr. Veena. So we're thrilled to be a part of your conference. So I also want to thank all India volunteers and coordinators. We wouldn't be here without them. I mean, I think they've really stepped up at a time when things were really, really bad. And I'm forever grateful to them, but also for the volunteers who are actually presenting today. So, we put a call out and we get so many people who are interested and willing to share their expertise and time. So I'm really deeply grateful for that. The other folks I want to thank are the peer leaders in the Indian South Asian diaspora across the globe. And these are folks with lived experience of mental health issues, so mental health diagnoses, who have really advocated for the health and wellness, mental health and wellness of people by sharing their experiences and kind of helping our communities have these narratives around mental health, which is also really, really important. And then my slides are moving a little bit slowly. I also want to thank our ancestors and elders for their sacrifice so that we can be here today. So the way I structured my presentation, I'll just give you kind of an overview. So I wanted to talk about mental health. I wanted to address the idea of an unequal world and what that lived experience is of living in an unequal world and what can we do about it. I think Dr. Kumar and Dr. Halliburton have done an amazing job of sharing the larger kind of perspective on what we need to do. So I'm going to go a little bit more micro and share what we need to do and what the lived experience of at a micro level is like of having to deal with these inequities and in an unequal world, essentially. So, this is not new. This is going to just echo what you're talking about already. So I won't read all of this for the sake of time. So as we know, mental health is a state of well-being. And also it involves the promotion, protection, and restoration of mental health can be regarded as a vital concern of individuals and communities throughout the world. It's fundamental to our collective and individual ability as humans to think, emote, and interact with each other, earn a living, and enjoy life. So it's more than just the absence of symptoms. It's actually so much more, right? So when we, in general, across the globe, mental health treatment and rehabilitation has been the focus, right? That includes actions that attend to dysfunction related to challenging mental health situations that we all tend to navigate, but some people more than others. Mental health promotion, on the other hand, are actions that actually improve psychological well-being by creating environments that support mental health. So in today's presentation, I really want to focus on this environment piece. So what does that actually mean? So with the mental health of the Indian diaspora in general, the primary focus, as I mentioned, has been on dysfunction and disorder. And also in India, I think we see this quite a bit. So how can we also include not just mental health treatment and rehabilitation, but also include promotion of mental health by focusing on those environments? So some of the psychological research you will read on the Indian diaspora across the globe, everywhere, especially in the US where I am, and also the UK, that's where a lot of the research is done. There's so many studies I've read focus on stigma of mental illness. And with shame and stigma as cited as being the most significant barrier to treatment. I have to say, I don't love this. It sort of assumes that it makes a lot of assumptions, but this assumption is of, that mental health is one construct, and that people have to seek out psychological services, which are very, very much normed within the Western world, that in order to feel better, they have to adhere to that. And whenever they are reluctant to seek those services, that it's about stigma, and we need to confront stigma and challenge and reduce stigma. What we don't take into account are two things. So the first one is history, the historical experiences of our diaspora, so all these people across the globe, but of anybody really. And the other one is the current context, right? So history, as we know, in our historical kind of narrative, as part of it is, I'm going to add the term colonialism. Dr. Halliburton, you mentioned China Mill's work on decolonizing mental health, but this is very much part of that. So what happens when we don't take into account these colonial narratives and neo-colonial psychological frameworks that Dr. Halliburton was talking about? We then place the onus on the individual to have to then change, and we don't focus on the environment or all the challenges that are there that people have to navigate. So the first thing that contributes to mental health and mental illness, let's say, a European colonial hegemonic belief. So that's the construct which frames our current psychological practice. It's based in institutions that were developed in medieval Europe, centuries ago. That's where those narratives have evolved since, but that's where it all kind of comes from. There's also domination, discrimination, and systemic oppression that happen with different groups of people across the globe based on their social identities, and I will get to that later. And then at the same time, there's erasure and appropriation of values and practices that are embedded within our cultures and communities. So what I mean by erasure is there's an erasure of the mental health narratives within our communities, which often align with either the biological model or it aligns with spirituality. So there's erasure because it doesn't specifically say mental health, that it is assumed that we don't have that narrative, that somehow we're coming into the psychological as a diaspora, we're coming into this space as blank slates. At the same time, in the US, we have this huge kind of move towards mindfulness practice and yoga being part of mental health practices that is integrated. And that is often decontextualized and appropriated and made in, people are earning huge amounts of money from it, like Headspace and the Calm app, right? So all of these people are making a lot of money from practices that were embedded within these kind of structures, which are mental health narratives, but without crediting where it comes from, or even knowledge and experience of what those involve. So, so now I'm going to dive a little bit into the current context, which is the unequal world, right? So I give you a little bit of the history and how it impacts things. Actually, let me go back for a second. I wanted to mention a couple of things here. So intergenerational trauma, because colonialism and other experiences of group level trauma passes down from generation to generation, right? And the other one is colonial mentality, which is when we imbibe those narratives that are given to us as being those psychological blank slates that we're going into therapy without knowing what is good for us, right? So I can go on about colonial mentality, but I'm just going to give you that little snippet here. So in psychology, we have this dominant narrative that essentially we are like onions, yeah. So if you peel off the layers, what you get at the center is this beautiful inner core. So psychotherapy is designed towards unpacking so much of that, right? What is involved in the person's life, their relationships, all of that. And then we can get to this beautiful core, which will then be expected to flourish, right? But we're actually more like garlic, yeah? So that's a picture of a garlic there, and you see the little cloves. But these cloves constitute what I would describe as identities. So these are different parts of us that come together to form this beautiful garlic that we are. So we have this nice bulbous outside, which everyone can see. It's what we present to the outside world that other people can kind of reflect on and see. And then we have those little thin slivers on the inside that we hide away from the world and sometimes even from ourselves. We reject our own identities, our own kind of parts that are inside. But each of these cloves, we often don't have a choice in which one's on the outside versus inside, but sometimes we do. These cloves are like the social identities that we present, right? So that we are, and how we are identified or how we identify. Yeah, so I'll get into this a little bit more. So what is important to note about these different social identities is each one is associated with power, privilege, and oppression. And I'm going to talk about that. But before I jump into that, let me just give you like a brief definition of prejudice. So each social identity is subject to prejudice and discrimination and also privilege, right? So prejudice are attitudes and beliefs and feelings towards members of a group based solely on their membership. It can be positive or negative, but it's still prejudicial. Discrimination are actual acts, so they can be positive or negative actions towards the objects of prejudice. But when we, sorry, didn't happen. So those are important in considering who has social power, right? So who has social power, which identities are in the dominant kind of sphere, what we call apex identities, that hold the social power. So social power is the ability to control circumstances, that I can change my circumstances if I want to. So think of it as, okay, if I have the money to change my current mental health and access to best services, I can do that, right? So access to resources and to decision makers to get things done. So and the decision maker part is important. So I may not individually have money, but do I have relatives who can get things done? Do I have contacts and networks who will change the system for me or change my environment for me? The next one is the ability to influence others. So what I say is and do is considered normative, that my statements are part of the norm and it's accepted. So whatever I say is heard and accepted. And it also, not only that, it defines reality for me and for other people. And at the same time, so my reality is the norm, other realities are then seen as deviant or different. So social power is really, really important because when we talk about things like isms, like sexism, heterosexism, which we will hear about in the symposium coming up, it's really important to know it's those attitudes, feelings, and thoughts, etc., plus the social power to back it up. So you have prejudice plus power to be able to influence circumstances. And that's what isms basically constitute, which are embedded in systems. So how does power show up in these cultural hierarchies? We can impose our cultural standards as the norm. They're manifested in institutions. So the institutions that I work and live in reflect me. And there's what is known as the invisible veil. Because I am at that apex identity, let's say, as a cisgender person, the invisible veil is like the waters that I swim in, right? Anything that deviates from that is abnormal or not considered okay. So the invisible veil is the waters, right? So I'm swimming in it. I'm in it. It's not until somebody points out that I'm swimming in the water that I know that it exists, right? So that's why it's important to actually do this work and take an active part in it. So what is privilege? So privilege is a little bit different from power. Privilege is defined as any entitlement, sanction, power, and advantage or right granted to a person or group by birthright and or membership in a prescribed group or groups. So you see this little image where a big fish is eating a small fish is eating a small fish, right? So the smallest fish feels like there's no justice. The slightly bigger one says there's some justice, and the big fish doesn't have to worry. Well, it is just, right? So privilege is that big fish for whom you don't have to worry, or you don't even have to consider that there are other people who are struggling, who are different from you, who are experiencing prejudice, discrimination, etc. And then the third piece to this power, privilege, and oppression is oppression, right? So oppression essentially constitutes the experiences of people being dehumanized, being seen as lesser than human. In the United States, it's happened in the form of genocide and of indigenous populations. It's happened with slavery of African people. So it's, even currently it's happening in terms of rejecting people who identify as transgender and creating conditions for people currently where they're not seen as humans with equal rights as everybody else. So I'm not going to go into detail. This is Isaac Pilatensky. He says no wellness without fairness. So you need to have a fair environment in order to be well with mental health. So oppression entails a state of asymmetric power relations. So there's a person who's in a position of power characterized by domination, subordination, and resistance. So whoever is in power will resist giving up the power, where the dominating person or persons or groups exercise their power by the process of restricting access to resources. And here's the important part. Imparting in the subordinated people self-deprecating views about themselves. So it's both a state and a process. So what it does is, by process, it's saying that you are lesser than human. You're not equal. We are in hierarchies, right? So again, there are levels of oppression. It becomes, people internalize these messages. If you hear it long enough, for centuries, let's say, you internalize it. It exists on an individual level between friends. It exists in the group level between different groups of people. It exists at the community level, let's say people who attend particular kind of religious traditions, and even at the institutional level, but most importantly at the institutional level. So this is where, when you think about these identities coming together, this is Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw, and she talks about intersectionality as a big, huge concept. I'm happy to share more information about this, but I'll just kind of give you the little snippet here. She talks about the crossing of multiple forms of oppression with regard to these different social identities, those garlic cloves, remember? Not an onion, those garlic cloves that produce distinct sets of perspectives and consequences. It affects individuals and their health and well-being. And how it affects individuals when it's all embedded in the institution, group level oppressions show up in everyday life as microaggressions. So those are interactions between a member of a privileged group and a member of underprivileged or marginalized groups. And these constitute very commonplace verbal, behavioral indignities. So small little, like little cuts where they're intentional or unintentional, which communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative slights and insults. So it's kind of like this, constant process that you're subject to as part of this identity that you have. And these come across as insults. So it can be something that directly conveys rudeness. It can come across as an assault. So it's explicit, it's intentional, it's derogatory, which is like a violent verbal or nonverbal attack that's intended to hurt the person. There's also micro-invalidation, where you just invalidate somebody. No, I've heard this so often, that caste is not important anymore in our society, but we know people's lived experiences show otherwise, right? Or gender issues are not important. So those are kind of dismissing the experienced reality of people. So this is at the micro level, and these all add up. We use a term in the United States as 1,000 paper cuts. This is when in the wintertime, people are really dry. And if you're taking paper out of a printer, you get like a cut, like a paper cut. It's tiny, it's like a little nick when you're shaving or something like that. But when you have enough of that, you're bleeding out, right? And when you have 1,000 of that, you have a lot of bleeding out. So this is at the micro level, and then you have what is known as the environmental microaggression, which is those assaults, insults, invalidations at the institutional, so the systemic and environmental levels. So what happens to people who are experiencing this? They begin to mistrust dominant structures. They probably have for decades with their ancestors mistrusting dominant structures, including mental health professionals, right? Particularly mental health. Dissociation in this context has a functional quality because people then have to disconnect from emotions and their experience in order to exist. There's also what is known as code switching. So in order to navigate different spaces that are hostile or even accepting, you code switch. So you become almost, your personality shifts, the way you approach it shifts. You rely on nonverbal communication, and spirituality and religion become a source of support. There's also this indirect expression of aggression, because directly expressing it can place you at in a very harmful place. So being passive or seeming like you're passive is very protective. So when you look at people from oppressed groups, that they will have this characteristic of being characterized, or people will describe them, oh, they're so passive. But that is why, like, women are considered more passive, right? That's the epithet there. So there's attunement to, and people with the lived experience of oppression are very attuned to the moods, thoughts, and reactions of others. So they pick up on minor cues that are coming towards them, all designed to be safe. So it's all based on this traumatic reaction. And then counseling. So mental health professionals are perceived as potential oppressors, even if they're from the same group, because they're part of this system. So that is what makes it really hard for people to actually access mental health services. So this is just to give you a picture of all the isms that can be, and there's so many more, and just have a few. And we're going to talk about some of these in the symposium coming up. So there's sexism, transphobia, there's heterosexism, racism, casteism, anti-immigrant sentiment, classism, violence, religious tolerance, ableism, ageism. So all of these are part of our fabric, right? And we live in that water. Remember the water that we're swimming in, the invisible veil? We swim in that. So unless we're placed in one of these groups, we're not aware that we're swimming in that water. So what can we do? So the first thing to note is there is no in between. Either you're participating in the oppression or you're actively going against the tide. So you're doing anti-oppression work. You cannot exist in between, because if you exist in between, like, I'm somewhere, I'm just muddling along, then that means you're participating in systems that are built to oppress people. So it's an active process of confronting and targeting and working against oppressive systems that are actually hurting people and their mental health. So we need to recognize that counseling and mental health services are a microcosm of such experiences. So when people are coming to us, they're not just coming with their individual symptoms, which of course are important. They're also coming in with the systems that are preventing them from doing the things that would actually benefit their mental health and well-being. So without awareness, we as mental health professionals perpetuate oppressive circumstances. We're in that water that maintains the poor mental health of people who experience oppression, because that shows up as depression, it shows up as even mania, it shows up in eating disorders, it shows up in all the different categories. So as an interpersonal stance, the first thing we need to do is have humility, right? And we know that very well from the culture of humility. It's characterized by respect. It's designed to be other-oriented than self-focused, and actively not conveying superiority towards the cultural backgrounds and experiences of others. So making that work really, really active. And how do we empower people? First thing to do is to directly validate the experiences of marginalization, not to avoid the conversation, but to actually say, or even direct them, I can understand what you're experiencing, because it seems like the system that you're in wasn't ostensibly built to support you. That happens even with mental health, right? Emphasize the importance of family and community, so that we have the new kind of words that are coming up are community care, not just self-care, but community care. How do you create communities that are helping support your self-care, taking care of you? Fostering cultural pride. without devolving into communal attacks, acknowledging that people have experienced marginalization, but the resilience that people have. Treating mental health as an identity, like one of those garlic cloves. So when somebody is diagnosed with mental illness, they come with a history, the ancestral history, let's say, of people who were institutionalized and placed, isolated for decades, or sometimes placed on ships and launched into the open sea without food or water. That has happened to people historically. So that is, when you get diagnosed, you carry that with you, right? There's also identity development and critical consciousness as pathways to healing. So if we are not fostering identity development for people, and you'll probably hear about that in the symposium, and critical consciousness, which is awareness of these systems of power, then the healing is incomplete. So those constitute really important pathways to healing. So we need to acknowledge the role of stress and trauma on the mind, body, and spirit. So we've so far focused on mind and body, but also including the spirit, because as Eduardo Duran talks about, he calls it healing the soul wounds. So we also need to heal the soul wounds of the group and community that we're in. And then finally, acknowledging intergenerational trauma. So how ancestrally it passes on. It gets encoded in our genetics. So I won't go into this in detail, but I think one of the best ways to promote mental health is actually to invest in our youth, to identify and respond to their needs, give them the knowledge of systems of oppression and empowerment, help them engage with their peers with lived experience, people with lived experience on mental health issues, focus on education and employment, solidarity and citizenship through critical consciousness raising, developing courage to confront these systems and to speak out against it. And then last but not least, elevate the voices of those who have been traditionally marginalized. And I'm going to use an example here as I wrap up my presentation, that this is Thenmozhi Soundarajan. She's a Dalit activist. This is what she said: we are all untouchable until no one is, right? So race and caste are not the same system, but they are parallel oppressions that have the same logic. So we need to move our communities beyond performative activism to say, oh, this is important, to lived values that inform difficult and uncomfortable acts of solidarity, rooted in co-liberation, accountability, and shifting of structural power. So one of the things she says, and I heard her say this in a presentation, which really resonates with me, when you give up some, not all of your privilege, some of your privilege, you gain your humanity. So with that, I will say, address the individual's experience, address the social systems and the structural systems in order to promote mental health in an unequal world. We need to do all of that work. And thank you all for listening. Happy Dashera to you, and Shubho Vijaya to my fellow Bengalis, wherever they are. All right.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Roma, for highlighting very informative and relevant factors determining mental health related to the inequalities, especially, and the psychological environment, the way we can invest. So it's a brilliant session. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now I hand over to Kaveri to proceed further with the symposium with the other speakers. Over to Kaveri. Okay. Please unmute now. Kaveri, you can unmute.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. So next we are moving to symposium. I would like to invite the chair, Dr. Sudan, president of MAP. He's a trained at CIP and a senior clinical psychologist. He has a practice experience of more than 30 years. Sir, I would like to welcome you. Sir, please.
Thank you, Kaveri. It's a pleasure and privilege to chair the symposium. Now you may introduce the speakers of the symposium. Hello.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. Yes. So we are starting the symposium. I would like to remind the speakers that your time limit is maximum 20 seconds. I mean 20 minutes, and present accordingly. So our speakers are from different universities across world. I would like to tell the topics and the presenter's name. First one, Gender and Mental Health by Ms. Ragini Jha and Ms. Vrishti Kapoor. Second one, LGBTQ and Mental Health by Mr. Pratik Behagar and Ms. Aishwarya Joshi. Third one, Migration and Mental Health by Nancy Sweeney. Fourth one, Caste and Mental Health by Ankita Nikalje. Fifth one, Violence and Mental Health by Shivani Dondre. Sixth one, Racism and Mental Health by Dr. Alicia Harris. And the last one, Poverty and Mental Health by Diksha. So we are moving to the symposium. So we are going to our first presenter. Our first symposium is on the topic Gender and Mental Health, and the speakers are Ragini Jha and Vrishti Kapoor. Ragini Jha completed her master's in mental health counseling and is now into private practice. She works with several advocacy groups and conducts mental health workshops for South Indians across India. Second presenter is Ms. Vrishti Kapoor, is a psychologist working as an independent practitioner. She runs social media-based initiative for mental health awareness called Decode Your Mental Health with Vrishti. So I welcome both of you for the presentation. Please.
Okay. Two things. Please keep in mind. Be very clear and stick to the time. Please. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You may start, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting us, me and Ragini, for this wonderful opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Uma, who gave us this opportunity, as we are volunteering in the India initiative by Dr. Uma. So we are glad to have made up to this opportunity and be in front of all of you and talk about the most common topic and loved topic, especially by me, which is gender and mental health. May I request my co-presenter Ragini to introduce herself as well?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ragini. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And we're so happy to be here on this really important day. And of course, again, thank you to Dr. Miller, who is a mentor of mine for several years now. So we want to start our presentation with a quick thought exercise. And if you guys could all participate through the chat, that would be really great. I'm going to share my screen now. Hopefully that works. Okay, so can everyone see that?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, great. So our question for you today is to think about an instance where you were made aware of your gender and what caused this awareness. And while we are waiting for your responses, Vrishti and I will just sort of be discussing it. So, Vrishti, do you have thoughts on this?
Sure, Ragini. And before I share my response, I again urge the audience to continue sharing their responses in the chat box. Yes, so when was the first time when I was made aware of my gender was when I saw myself wearing female-like clothes, for example, skirts or frocks, and I was about 4 to 5 years old. That's how much I can remember. And that is the image or the product that I associated at that time with being a woman or a girl or a female.
Yeah, I think for the same for me, especially with the gifts that people were giving, like even early for birthdays and things like that, it was always dresses or things that were pink. And I think even from the baby shower and that early on, people sort of separate people by gender very quickly.
Yes.
So I see one response here that's really really resonates. A teacher said to me that girls are not good at math. Yeah, I've definitely heard that as well, and it's very discouraging.
There's another response which says, the looks, a woman just knows. Yes,
Yeah.
the way you look and the soft features, the blunt, soft nose would be commonly associated to. That's the features.
Yeah, I would
responses?
love to hear from some men as well, if possible.
Yes, absolutely. Blue for the boys.
Yes,
another response.
looking for a groom quite early, definitely more pressure on women in that arena.
Absolutely. Girls won't talk loudly, don't play out in the sun, otherwise you would lose your color or you would grow dark.
Right, right. Don't sit like that. Don't talk too loud. Yep. Boys don't cry. Definitely, it's a major topic of discussion for today for us. Yeah. So I think it's very clear that gender impacts us a lot, and mental health is no exception to that. So Rishi, would you tell us a bit more about how this manifests itself for mental health specifically?
Sure, Ragini, and I think we can see from the responses of our audience that they can clearly resonate with how gender will definitely affect mental health. At that time, we are just learning how we as a male or a female have to exist in society, the do's and don'ts, but how it gradually, as we grow up, affects how we feel about what we are taught or made to do. And that is how gender impacts our social vulnerability in the society. Our hormonal differences also play a major role, and we delve deeper into this in the presentation further. The health-seeking behavior, which is allowed to one gender more, but not to the other genders. Prevalence of certain disorders are specific for different genders. That has also been seen by researchers as well as in practice. I think my fellow professionals, mental health professionals, would agree with that. The type of treatment that we receive about any illness, not just mental illness, even physical illness. Over that, the way we receive psychological treatment, not just in a clinical setup, but also in the society, in different layers or areas of our social environment, our family, beginning from our family to the school, to the parks, gardens, and in colleges, in our workspaces. That also affects how we feel about who we are taught to be. Lastly, the expectations around gender, which may also be termed as the gender roles, also are proven to impact the diagnosis of mental illnesses in different genders. So now may I request Ragini to help us understand how this happens, why this impact is there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in terms of prevalence, men statistically are more likely to experience alcohol dependence, more difficulty recovering from trauma. There's also a relationship with anger that research shows is a bit more difficult to deal with for men, or needs a bit more focus for men in therapy. And in general, diagnoses are less likely to be attributed to mental health. And what I mean by that is that if a man goes to a GP or a doctor for a checkup, even if the physical symptoms are psychologically based in some way, studies show that doctors are less likely to diagnose it as a mental health condition. And obviously that affects how they seek help and how and whether they seek help, obviously. So for women, they are more likely to experience sexual or domestic violence. There's more difficulty managing stress. there are more instances of depressive episodes. This could be postnatal depression. This could be a more generalized depression, more prevalence of eating disorders as well. And we wanted to quickly mention the LGBTQ plus community as well, just because there is an obvious intersectionality with sexuality and gender, especially because a certain resource meant for a heterosexual man or a woman, it might not be able to address some of the other layers that come with being a sexual minority. So in terms of that, we obviously won't be able to go in depth, but it's certainly worth mentioning. The queer community is statistically more likely to experience depression, anxiety, hate crimes, and suicide ideation. So we are going to, now that we've addressed some of the social background, I would really like to talk more about the biological aspects that create differences in mental health treatment.
Sure, absolutely. Very rightly, you have pointed out how different specific illnesses are seen more, statistically more in different genders. But why does it happen? The root causes are many, but one of the major causes is biological differences, hormonal differences to be specific, because that is majorly what plays a role in making one gender that specific gender. So as we can see, these are all the results that have been quoted by different research studies. Low testosterone can cause mental health conditions. For example, low testosterone can lead to depression in men, has been found that. Also, if the progesterone level is low, as Rakini mentioned, postnatal or postpartum depression is also commonly seen in that case. Females, another study says that females score higher than males in standard tests of emotion recognition, social sensitivity, and empathy. And that's why it's always said that if she's a female, she would understand more. She would resonate more with the emotions. She would be more nurturing. That is when we close the gate for a man to actually understand, to emote, to express, and to feel and to experience. Next, women also utilize more areas of the brain containing mirror neurons than males, but have high reactivity to stress. This is also very stereotypical when we immediately title a woman by saying that she would be more stressed in a particular situation as compared to a man. And that's why, and that is the reason on which the common notion that women are not as good drivers as men is based, as per my understanding, because it's driving a car is it's like a task which requires multitasking and actually focusing on multiple areas, in which women are often expected that they would lose their attention easily and they would get stressed out easily. Next is, these tests are important to understand the best way to tailor support. Absolutely. If we know the root cause, we are more equipped with how we can help the mental health concerns that these different sections of society present us with. Can we please have the next slide where Rakini will explain us more about the social factors?
Yes, so the social expectations obviously are different, and women and men have very different social experiences. These lead to different issues with mental health. Toxic masculinity can affect men too. Obviously, if you are avoiding vulnerability, if you are dealing with pressure to be self-reliant, these are just a few examples of this. And all of these may prevent men from seeking counseling. And as I mentioned before, men are more likely to seek help for the physical manifestations of mental illness than to go after a therapeutic setting. And as Vrishti said about the social roles, both men and women are pressured to fit a certain standard of, quote, masculinity or femininity. And this affects help-seeking behavior just as much. So what can we do?
Can I have the previous slide, please, Ragini? I just had a quick example in my mind, which I want to share. So here, if all of you can see this picture clearly, where the woman is typically sitting on the tailoring machine and the man is on the call, the laptop represents the office work. So here I remember all of us are aware of the actress Deepika Padukone, who was very proudly sharing this incident where she was sewing a patch on her husband Ranveer Singh's pant in public, which was shot by the media or the paparazzi. If it would have been in reversed roles, would it have been appreciated equally? Can we quickly have the response in the chat box? What do you think? People would have appreciated it equally? Let me just get to the chat box. Yeah, what do you all think? If a husband is sewing a patch on his wife's pants or lowers, would it be appreciated? But the media fell in awe of the actress all over again, only because she was doing it, and that is something which is very commonly expected out of her as a wife or as a woman. So simply explaining the social rules. Can we now move ahead?
I think that's a really good example, and it comes through in so many ways. Like, you know, if whether it's cooking dinner one night or any sort of thing that's associated as a feminine role, it's applauded when a man does it, but it's much more, it's expected when a woman does it. Yeah.
Yes, and our audience also resonates with us. Thank you so much for your responses. And now we have talked about all that is negative, all that is there, but what can we do about it? So we are the one who are change makers, not just me. I'm not talking about myself as a mental health professional, but we as a community, as humans, we are change makers, and the change will only come with us. So what can we do? Let's see, for both men and women. And I would say not just men or women, but also for all the genders that exist, respectful to the queer community as well. So we need to reverse conditioning around gender expectations. We need to unlearn what we have been made to learn that we should be or should not be doing. So you can laugh loudly with your teeth showing very bright in front of the entire audience. And that won't make you less ladylike. It will at least make you more human. And that is what is required. After that, early education around health and well-being. This is something that I'm really passionate about. Educating, imparting education and awareness from the grassroots level. That is just when the human is ready to grasp all that we need to teach them. That is the toddlers, the babies at home, or even during the prenatal time. That is also when the pregnant person can read about such stuff, so that the mind is conditioned and equipped and knitted, created in a way that is gender neutral, so that we don't knit or create such mental health concerns. We also need to have culturally competent clinicians. Absolutely, very beautifully, Dr. Omar mentioned that the cultural baggage that we all are carrying makes a whole lot of difference in understanding the mental health concerns of a community. And that is why it is important that the clinician has sound knowledge about the cultural aspect of a particular person. Regular mental health checks, primary care that is sensitive to gender differences is also required. Of course, I won't deny that we as different humans are also different in terms of genders. I would say sex, because that is more biological and that is what I believe in. So yes, we are different, but to respect that, those differences is what is needed, not to discriminate, not to use a discriminative behavior on that basis, that's not required. So we need to provide primary care. For example, a menstruating person needs specific care as compared to a person who's not menstruating. We need to understand when a person is menstruating, there may be mood changes, and that is what we need to address. So that's just one example. Can we have the next slide, please? Also, when we talk about the categories specifically, I'll quickly go through this. Women need more of services co-designed by women with shared experiences. So when you sit in a group which has had similar experiences, you're more empowered. So you are empowered, you're ready to empower others. That's the purpose it would serve. Men need more of social encouragement around recognizing and challenging harmful gender norms. So to say it in simple words, men can cry. They should be allowed to cry. And if we started from our homes, that's all the help or all the effort that we need. We don't need to go on stages, on big platforms to make the change. We actually need to do it at our home. And that is what will make all the difference. For the queer community, we need more resources around gender and sexuality educational support created by people with shared experiences. This is required because if we are aware, we are educated about what LGBTQ plus community mean, that is only when we'll be able to align our actions with our knowledge. If we are not aware only, our behaviors would not follow suit. So awareness is the first step and most important. Can we have the last slide? And I would request Ragini now to share some useful resources.
Yes, so here are some resources that we've used and that we found. These are useful for people across the globe. The helplines we've mentioned are mainly for people in India, but the podcasts and the blogs, obviously anybody can listen to those. And these are just some of the ones that we really like. If you have others, please share them. I think people would really appreciate that. And if you have any questions for us, I'm not sure if we have time, but if you do have any questions, you should send them to the organizers and they will connect us. And finally, I will just read this quote really quickly because it resonated with us a lot. Just because no one else can heal or do your inner work for you doesn't mean you can, should, or need to do it alone. And that applies to everyone. So thank you, and I hope this was helpful.
Thank you, Ragini and Vrishti, for the detailed presentation. I think all our audience or participants will think more about what you said. So,
Thank you so much.
do you want something to add? Do you have something to add, Sugudhan sir?
Yeah, nice thing. And we have to think a lot. You have given a very good idea of thinking ahead on the participation and the role. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, girls.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Namaste, everyone.
Thank you once again. So we are moving to our next presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Pratik Bahekar and Aishwarya Joshi to present on the topic LGBTQ+ and mental health. Dr. Pratik Bahekar is an assistant professor of psychiatry at LA University. He has served on the LA New Haven Hospital's Diversity Committee and LA Medical School's Dean's Advisory Committee on LGBTQ+ matters. His research attempts to understand the school-to-prison pipeline and mental health interventions needed to address LGBTQ+ population over representation in the prison systems. Next, the presenter is Aishwarya Joshi. She is currently a PhD scholar in Idaho State University. She is a state licensed counselor and NBCC certified counselor. The research interest also includes intersectionality and racist nativism in counselor education and supervision. So I welcome both of you to present, please.
Thank you. So, hey everyone, my name is Aishwarya, and thank you, Dr. Uma, for providing us with this opportunity. And I'd like Pratik to introduce himself.
Hi there. My name is Pratik Bahekar. I'm an assistant professor of psychiatry at Yale University. I'm also vice president of AGLP, which is Association of LGBTQ Psychiatrists. Well, thank you for having me today. Aishwarya, you want to take on from here?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So let's see if I can share my slide. Can everyone see this? Yes, no? All right,
Yes.
all right. So I'm gonna just. So today we're gonna talk about mental health issues among the LGBTQ AI plus community members. And something I do wanna highlight is that this is just a snippet. We are only scratching the surface given the time. So for what I'm covering today will be specific to individuals identifying themselves as gay and lesbians. And then Dr. Pratik would take over for non-binary folks and trans folks. So gay and lesbians is a sexual orientation that describes a person's affectional and romantic interests and are attracted to the people who identify with the same assigned gender or identified gender. Something I do want to highlight is that gender and sexual orientation is not the same. Um, Speaking along those lines, when we talk about homophobia or biphobia, we are talking about what Dr. Miller initially spoke on the spectrum of power, privilege, and oppression. So when we look at the hierarchy, bisexual individuals and trans women individuals are at the bottom of the hierarchy, which means in terms of their power, privilege, and oppression, they are the last ones to have the power to be who they are, basically. So when I speak of homophobia or biphobia, that is like an aversion or hostility or disdain for individuals who identify themselves as gay or lesbian. Oftentimes, it also results with not just a emotional or a verbal hostility, but also with physical hostility like violence, um, domestic violence, emotional abuse, mental abuse. So that definitely has an impact. Individuals who identify as gay and lesbian often experience high levels of depression, anxiety. They experience a lot of trauma. And at the same time, they're also sort of marginalized from the mainstream society or from the heteronormative society. Um, a high-risk population, especially among the LGBTQAI plus community, are the youth and the older adults. Around 90% of the youth experience homelessness, and they who identify themselves as LGBTQI plus community. They also experience a lot more physical violence than heteronormative youth. Similar to older adults, a lot of older adults, especially given within the context or environment of India, are in the closet, given our intergenerational heteronormative nature and conservation in India of culture. Oftentimes, these older adults have a lot of mental and psychological ramifications of not being able to come out as who they are and have to fit into the heteronormative society of India. A lot of these individuals exhibit some high risk behaviors, such as, like I touched upon before, homelessness. They experience violence and they also become perps of violence because of the violence that they're experiencing themselves. So what happens is it creates a chain reaction of intergenerational trauma that is passed on due to the fact that they cannot be who they are. They are discriminated because of who they are. And that often leads to substance use, which is a way of coping through all these negative experiences that they are experiencing. With that being said, um, when we look at specifically gay and lesbian identifying individuals or bisexual individuals, there is this assumption or stereotype that these individuals can swing either way, or specific to bisexual individuals, or the fact that this is just a phase for them. And this is very common among youth who either choose to come out or even share this experience with one person, either it is within their family or with their friends. At the same time, this process of coming out in itself can be very traumatic. So what we can do specifically to support gay and lesbian individuals is the first thing is accept who they are. When we talk about heteronormativity, there is also homonormativity. They are normal. They're just like every single individuals who are heteronormative. So this point of when they come out to you, accept it. You don't have to react to it. You can just say, all right, this is who you are. Normalizing it specifically for the younger adults or youth is so important because an individual at a very young age knows who they are. They will identify themselves as who they are. Secondly, it comes to some increase of self-awareness and education. A lot of times when we don't understand something or we don't know something, there is a natural reaction to avoid it. And also that increases a lot of fear and discomfort. So part of this awareness is to be okay with not knowing, be okay with saying, all right, I need to educate myself about this, or even sitting in the discomfort of something that elicits fear because that is not something that one individual grew up with or that was not a part of their lived experience. In addition, advocacy and allyship are a key to support the individuals who are on the LGBTQI plus are within the LGBTQI plus community. And with that, I do want to highlight that there are several overlaps that occur between the experiences of gay, lesbian, trans, and non-binary individuals. However, the mental health ramifications vary greatly. So with this, I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to let Dr. Pratik take over.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for such a wonderful prelude. I don't know, am I supposed to share slides or?
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure, but you can, so go ahead.
Okay. So I have no relevant disclosures. So I'm briefly going to talk about transgender and non-binary individuals, which are in India sort of clustered into third gender, which is probably serves as a very broad umbrella for individuals who are not cisgender. So as Aishwarya said, there is a difference between gender identity and sexual orientation. So gender identity is something that an individual identifies that their true gender is. So it could be transgender, meaning that they don't identify with either male or female gender. Or it could be non-binary, meaning that individual does not identify with any gender. Gender dysphoria is sort of a vague term, and hopefully it will be removed from the next DSM versions. It means that the mental health consequences that arises or produced by mismatch between identified gender and assigned gender or assigned gender at birth. So what in this population, what is the role of a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist is to provide gender affirmation therapy. The gender affirmation therapy can be delivered by social affirmation, medical affirmation, or legal affirmation. The social affirmation may include using proper pronouns. So everybody has a preference for their pronouns. Like my pronouns are he, him, or his. In USA, individuals can identify with their preferred pronouns such as they, them, or they can identify themselves as something like Zai, them, and there are other pronouns which individual feels that they are true pronouns for them. And allowing somebody to have a, practice the way they want to wear clothes or, have their appearance. These are all part of social affirmation. Now, medical affirmation includes hormonal interventions and surgical interventions. And legal affirmation, which means that passing laws which are non-discriminatory or they are protective for transgender, non-binary, and other subgroups of LGBTQIA population. Heteronormative culture is this idea which is deep-rooted in our society. It only identifies heterosexuality and cisgender presentation. The cisgender is something that one if the assigned gender at birth and the gender that is identified as an individual is same. So there is no mismatch. So this is a concept that heteronormity, where heterosexuality and cisgender presentation is normal. So what it does is it sort of makes everything that is not cisgender or not heterosexual abnormal. And that creates an opportunity for stigma and discrimination. In India or most of the part of the world where because of heteronormity, one of the consequences, individuals are forced into cisgender marriages, where they're expected to behave in a cisgender manner and practice heterosexuality. Now that itself can cause many, many mental health and other socioeconomical outcomes, which are far worse than one may imagine. It can lead to infidelity, it can lead to substance use issues or other depression or suicide attempts or completed suicide. Well, now I'm going to sort of switch gears and talk about gay parade or meetups or importance of media representation for LGBTQ individuals. Now these where the gay parades and meetups provides an opportunity for LGBTQ individuals which are hidden in the society to gather and meet each other and create a sense of community, and which is very affirming for such individuals. Often people get to know their true self when they go to parade or go to a bar or any hangout place for where LGBTQ individuals meet. Media representation is seeing somebody who is openly LGBTQIA on television, radio, other medium, where one feels normal. And it is shown in studies that it reduces depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. Now, the point of this presentation is to promote cultural competence. It's important to deliver culturally competent care in a psychiatric or psychological treatment. One has to identify or know that LGBTQ individuals are at a higher risk of substance use. They are at higher risk of sexual abuse. They are at higher risk of runaway and therefore homelessness. And they play victim to human trafficking. Now, this is besides everything that Aishwarya and I talked about before. So there are worse socioeconomical indicators that one has to understand when they're delivering care to LGBT individual. Now, if such care is not culturally competent, then it may alienate LGBTQ individual. It creates inherent distrust towards mental health providers or healthcare system in general. 2015 transgender survey in the US showed that about 1/3 population did not feel comfortable or they avoided interacting with healthcare system altogether because they were afraid of discrimination. Things like misgendering individual may traumatize transgender or non-binary individual. So these are the small things that one may consider when they are practicing in their clinical setting. Now, what's the solution? I mean, to give a one-line answer is to provide sexual and gender minority education formally in a training program, whether it's a clinical psychology, in the medical school, or anywhere else. The awareness is more important. I know we are starved for time, so Aishwarya and I decided to leave some time for questions. I'm pretty sure that many of you have some questions. It's pretty limited time for us to kind of talk about this topic. And if you don't get to ask the question, these are our contact information. Please shoot an email. Happy to answer your questions.
Pratik, there's one question in the chat box that somebody asked, once forced to marry, what about the other spouse in a rural community? So my answer kind of is forced marriage itself is an issue first, and it actually depends on circumstances. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, like coming out may not be a right thing for every individual. Of course, coming out is important. It reduces depression, it reduces anxiety, and actually, reduces suicide incident. The one thing I kind of not talked about is conversion therapy, which is really an illusion of a therapy where every party involved thinks that they are changing an individual into cisgender and heterosexual. It actually, people go attempt suicide and complete suicide. I know many individuals. I remember maybe a year or 2 years ago, I read a news where a couple of gay individuals, I think they were from Goa, committed suicide because they were forced into conversion therapy. So not to distract from the original question, coming out may not be a right answer because there could be persecution, there may be loss, there may be fear of losing your house or loved ones, or the issue with financial stability. Now, the forced marriages in general are harmful for both spouses. I'm not privy of any individual who like personally who has got into cisgender marriages where, but you can imagine like infidelity and bringing home all those mental health issues can be a big problem. It's not good for children. It's not good for anyone.
So, Pratik, the question was, what conditions can support a person who wants to come out? What do they need?
A brief answer would be financial stability could be a big factor. Having a place to live if one has to, separate from the family. Having support system, like having friends to confide into, or at least having a therapist who would be affirming. So this security of mental health or affirmation and financial security are both important things. In US at least, and I think there's some truth to it in India as well, people who identify themselves as a LGBTQ, they tend to migrate to the cities where the discrimination perhaps is lower, but really not that case. So those sort of things one may consider if they want to come out.
And something to recognize in the world of counseling that we say is all it needs is one person to accept, acknowledge who you are and provide that sense of safety, even if the rest of the world refuses to agree to that. And that one person can be very powerful.
I think we missed Saida's question. Do you want to answer that, Aishwarya? Yeah.
Sure. How we will come to know whether a guy or a lesbian is it genetical or hormonal? Does environment play a role in it? So there are a couple of pieces here. An individual who identified themselves within the LGBTQAI plus community will know at a very young age. So this isn't something that it would be either genetical or hormonal. There are a lot of factors that play a role. And one of the big things is in terms of environment, it plays a role in a way of how are they being supported. Rishi today spoke about this gender, this gender identification of blue and pink, of how they are, especially for binary individuals. But that is not the same case for your assigned gender at birth is not necessarily your identified gender. How will one come to know? The person who identifies themselves from the non-binary community or trans community, they will tell themselves. So trust when people say that they know who they are. It is just like when Dr. Malna were talking about microaggression and invalidation. The first thing is to accept when they're saying who they are.
Yeah, probably a good experiment for to do is ask whoever is LGBTQ individual, like, when did you know it? And most common answer will like either in early childhood or adolescent, or very few times, or people would say, oh, later in life. So some people can go through this phase where they are not really comfortable with their sexual orientation. So they would say, well, I'm bisexual. And then there could be an evolution, like when people come to terms with their own identity and they will come out as homosexual. And this sort of journey can actually be normal. But sometimes it's something that is artificially produced by an individual just because they are not comfortable. But let me tell you, there is fluidity, and that's observed, and that's perfectly normal. So like Aishwarya said, trust them. Whatever they will tell you, that's the answer. The man.
So,
okay, Aishwarya, go ahead.
no, I was just going to cut you short because we are right on time. So
Yeah.
we have our emails. You can send your questions there and we can answer it there if that works. So thank you so much for this time. I'm sorry.
Can I answer the last question in like one line because they already typed in?
Oh, yes. So they have, no one is showing, okay, distress. Can you please advise how to approach? I would say, I think the first thing is to people who are not ready to accept here, which is their family. So let them have a support system of the individuals who are there to support these people. So help this person identify what is your support system. Who are these people? Let's build a network for you here and find a sense of safety. Are they an immediate physical or emotional threat? If that's the case, then start working on what are other resources, food, clothing, shelter, safety. Is it there? And if they're experiencing psychological distress, I would say start working on helping them de-escalate their situation in terms of, because I believe they might be in a crisis brain. So bringing back to a place where they can start feeling more normal with their coming out process, because I said coming out itself can be very traumatic. So bringing it back to where they are.
Arvinder, please feel to shoot an email. We can talk the case offline.
Yes.
It's a very typical case, it seems to be.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Pratika and Aishwarya. That was a detailed presentation. If any of our audience are having any questions, please mail them. Sudhan sir, can I move to the next participant? Is it Sudhan sir? Okay, so I'm moving to the third speaker. Next, I would like to welcome Shivani Dongre to present on the topic violence and mental health. She serves as an associate professional clinical counselor, working as a mental health therapist at Momentum for Mental Health in San Jose. Shivani, please.
Hi, so I won't be presenting by myself. I have somebody else who will be presenting with me. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, please.
I forgot to mute myself or unmute myself. My name is Ratanak. I'm just co-presenting with Shivani on the topic of violence and mental health. I'll put up the share screen right now. There. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I guess to get started, me and Shivani are going to talk about violence and mental health. And I just put a quote up here. Violence is the language of the unheard, which was stated by Martin Luther King Jr. And I hope that this quote is something that kind of sticks with you with some of the things that we talked about across the different presenters today. Because I wonder if some of the conversations we're having is perhaps linked to this feeling of unheard. Okay, so to begin here, today, myself and Shivani, we're hoping to cover quite a lot of things here and give you an overview of what violence is and how violence plays into mental health. So we're going to talk about violence and group violence, the types and the risk factors that is associated with the development of violence. And then we'll go over the statistics of how group violence is present in India. We're going to do this fairly quickly. And then we'll talk about the impact of violence on mental health. And also talk about some assessment tools for monitoring violence behavior, and then some mental health interventions that perhaps you could take into your own clinical practice. Okay.
So before we begin talking about anything else, it's important to understand what is violence. So obviously the term violence includes a lot more than what is just written over here, but this is the definition that we found pretty much sums up the main parts of violence. So violence is the intentional use of physical and psychological force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, and maldevelopment or deprivation. And this is a definition by the World Health Organization that is used on a global level. So there are various types of violence. To be honest, some of them were new for me as well. So we're just going to go over quickly about the different types and also what they signify and what counts as what type of violence. So physical violence, as the word suggests, is more based on physical or tangible harm made to another person. Psychological harm or psychological violence is based on threatening another person or creating some kind of fear in another person, which can lead to long-term effects such as having PTSD, lifelong trauma. Sexual violence is something that we are obviously very familiar with, especially from the media and all the news that we've been seeing in India. This counts as non-consensual sexual interaction with someone, which can be traumatizing to another person because of no consent or because of force or threats made. Spiritual violence is based on, this was a violence that basically was new for me. I was not very much aware about this kind of violence. So spiritual violence is when someone uses somebody's spiritual beliefs or their values and morals in order to cause some kind of harm or dominate or create some kind of control over a group of people. So this is pretty prevalent when it comes to collective violence or group violence. Cultural violence is pretty much on the same level as well. It causes harm due to practices that are part of somebody's culture, some rituals, traditions, or religion. Emotional harm is when a person's emotional being, their self-esteem, their self-concept is targeted and is degraded in a sense, causing a lot of self-doubt, loss of self-confidence, depression, anxiety, and other mental health disorders that can follow from it. Verbal violence is when someone intentionally, from written or spoken language, tries to defame somebody else. Financial violence, as the name suggests, is where you are basically targeted for your finances and like robberies, stealing, theft. And neglect is prevalent, especially in terms of interpersonal relationships and dependent relationships that can have a long-lasting mental health effect. Next slide. So we just went over violence, which can be considered not only as a part of individual, but also on a group level. Now we're going to talk about collective violence, which can be defined as the instrumental use of violence by people who identify themselves as members of a group, whether this group is transitory or has a more permanent identity, against another group or set of individuals in order to achieve political, economical, or social objectives. So as I read the definition the first time, I feel like there were a lot of examples that did shoot up in my mind as soon as I read the definition, especially in recent times. So I would definitely appreciate if it brought up some emotions or it brought up some thoughts in you as well, if you can just put that in the chat box.
All right. So I'm going to go over very quickly the statistics of violence and the group level violence that Shivani was referring to, according to the WHO definition. I believe within the context of India, religious violence, political violence, and gender violence sticks out quite a bit. And here, in terms of the political violence, according to Standalone, some areas of India, certain areas of India have more clusters of violence than others, right? And you'll see this in some of the graphics I showed. So here, according to Factly, they were using some information from the Ministry of Home Affairs. And I believe this information is from 2017. And you could have a look here of the breakdown of India, where the different communal incidences are. And I believe a number of these communal incidences are, they're religious in nature, so religious violence, and mixed in with political violence. But this is like, these numbers are clumped up together, and even the media themselves, which is where a lot of the data comes from, is capturing a picture where we don't have all the numbers. So there's a belief that a number of these numbers are quite underreported, right? And there's the numbers coming from different even government groups reporting different numbers as an example. Again, this is another representation of, in 2017, of the breakdowns again across the different Indian states. And you can see where some of the clusters are, with the darker colors showing more violence. Here again, you're seeing some of the a comparison between 2016 and 2017 across different states, and how it changes over the years. But then again, it comes back to the question of how are the numbers being reported across different organizations. And then there's gender-based violence against women in India. So these numbers are from 2012. I pulled this from Wikipedia. It just had this very good graphic, just showing the breakdown of where violence is happening in India. And according to this graphic, they capture information where violence against women constitutes rape, sexual assault, harassment, and insult to modesty, kidnapping, abduction, cruelty by intimate partner or relatives, importation or trafficking of girls, persecution for dowry deaths, indecency. So it's a pretty comprehensive definition of what constitutes violence. But you could see here how it also breaks down across different states. Okay, so
there are various risk factors for collective violence, which are more on a macro level. So there are several macro level factors contributing to group violences, which are like analyzed since the times of World War on a global level. These are some of the factors that I've listed over here. These include widening social and economic inequalities, especially between distinct groups of populations, high rates of infant mortality, high population densities, migrations like urban migrations, high levels of unemployment, disputes over territory and environmental factors, lack of basic resources such as food and shelter, which can cause a lot of disputes between not only countries, but also like within states, and create a lot of internal conflicts, rapid changes in governance and lack of leadership, violation of human rights, corruption in government, criminal behaviors by state, political and economic power exercised and differentially applied based on religious and ethnic backgrounds, uneven economic development, and grossly unequal gain and losses between different populations and geographical areas, continued violent acts and behaviors between groups, and deterioration in public services. So like not everyone receiving the services that from a human rights perspective, or like from being a citizen right perspective, they are not receiving on an equal level. So as we can see in terms of the risk factors, it does highlight a lot of inequality in terms of different populations and instabilities in terms of leadership that can lead to a lot of collective violence.
Right. So then you might be wondering, what are some of the causes for collective violence in India? So some of the things that contribute to this is the tribunal, whether you what kind of tribe that you belong to, the ethnic origins that you may come from, religious backgrounds, identities. So there's a lot of different things coming into play here. For political factors, socioeconomic status, the cultural factors, gender roles, all this kind of begins to shape perhaps our own identity as people and how we experience our identity. And then the pieces around how the media comes into play and the information that they're communicating to us and how we're taking in that information and how we're making sense of that information also plays into our identities. And then there's the post-colonial legacies, right? And that's something that kind of ties into the narratives of society. If we look at where India was before to where it progressed and changed as it became colonized and then becoming a post-colonized country, how that shift and change and what it kept and what the colonizing process changed in its own identity and how that affects the country as a whole, right? What this creates is perhaps creating a conflict of one's social identity and how one's social identity, it plays out in different social contexts. And there's like this conflict between the two of who you are as a person and what you believe to be true for you and how that plays out in different social contexts. And when these don't align together, perhaps that creates violence tendencies, right? There's just tension within us. But then there's also a process that I wonder also comes to play here is this process of othering, right? Where as we form our identity, we start to lose track of what others' experiences are. And this othering process, seeing that my views are perhaps more better than this view. And then there's the element of fear as well that has been found to contribute to violent acts. Okay, so the other piece around all this is violence contributes to mental health. This may not sound very surprising at all. And there's different factors at play. If one looks at mental health from an early childhood development perspective and youth, there's a study called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Studies, the ACE studies. These were done in 1994 to 1995 in the United States. And they were looking at how adverse effects in childhood affects later development or functioning. And they found that early exposure to violence, abuse, neglect, or having family members who use substances or have mental health issues, or there's familiar instability in the family units, that these would later impact the child's development as an adult, as a functioning adult. What they also found was that those folks who with these early exposures, they likely themselves may enact or engage in substance use or have mental health difficulties, and then have their own form of relational instability. So you see, like, there's this cycle that's beginning to form, as if you have adverse childhood experiences, then you will likely develop your own instability in relating with others, right? And so if we go into like the adults, these adverse childhood experiences can contribute to the development of trauma. And trauma itself can be broken down into a number of different types of trauma. So shock trauma, complex, developmental, and then there's intergenerational trauma. Shock trauma being those single event traumas that we typically associate with trauma. So being in a car accident was very traumatic, and that has a lasting impact. Then there's the complex developmental trauma, which are not the same level. of intensity, but they develop over time. There's just little bits. So these are also called little t traumas, that over time, as you have more and more of these little t's, you develop a form of trauma called complex trauma. And then the intergenerational trauma is the trauma that is just passed on from one generation to the next. So addictive behaviors and substance use is also being found in adults as well, with these early childhood, adverse childhood experiences. And then you have the mental disorders. And I'm talking this from the DSM-5, and DSM-5 being very much focused on symptomology. There's studies showing that folks with certain adverse childhood experiences would develop personality disorders. And the personality disorders being divided into clusters A, B, and C is associated with emotional neglect and emotional abuse. Specifically, personality, the cluster A type personality disorders being associated with emotional abuse, neglect, B with emotional abuse, neglect, and also sexual assault. And cluster C being associated with emotional neglect. When I was in my clinical practicum, I'm a clinical psychology student, my supervisor was telling me the cluster A, B, and C, one of the things that differentiates them perhaps is how one forms attachment to other people. So how we relate with other people may contribute to what we describe as this person having a cluster A or B or C disorder. And this has been shown by a study by Zhang 2012. It's on Chinese youth. And they've noticed that depending on the time of dysfunction or adverse childhood experiences, it can contribute to that type of personality disorder.
Because of a crunch of time, I would just go over this, the next few slides really quickly. So we've just listed some factors that might be contributing to risk of violence, which include substance use, psychopathic personality, some things that Ratanak already went over, and these are highly dependent on situations and circumstances, and subjective in nature, and they vary along a continuum. Next slide. So we have listed a few assessment, like there are 3 different kinds of assessment. One is actuarial assessment, which is more structured. The other is a structured professional judgment, which also includes an expert's judgment into play, and the unstructured clinical judgment approach, which is purely based on the expert evaluators understanding, analysis, and observations, and each of them have their benefits and drawbacks. And I've listed some examples for the same. We can just jump to the last slide since we're already out of time. We can just skip to the last one, which is the mental health intervention. Yeah, so what can we do? I think that is an important question to ask, because obviously violence is something which is quite widespread. And so it sounds far-fetched and challenging, but observing violent behaviors based on the risk factors and acting from a preventive standpoint could be beneficial. Attributes of aggression and impulsivity can be spotted during early years of an individual's life, not only on an individual level, but conception of collective violence in some cases can be predicted based on subtle cues such as microaggressions and the language used not only by an individual, but also on a larger platform by media or political leaders that can spite or that can like gaslight a lot of sentiments in certain groups of individuals, leading to collective violence. There's a lot happening around us daily, thanks to social media, research, and news, making it possible for us to gain more exposure to a lot more content than before, which can help with predicting possibility of violence in advance. So, any questions?
So the time is over. If anyone is having any queries, please mail them or inform it to the coordinator so that we will ask them and mail you or inform you. Anyway, thank you so much, Shivani and Rachana. It was a detailed one and more to say, I guess. I can understand, but the time is over, that's why. So we are moving to the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Diksha Bali to present on the topic poverty and mental health. Diksha is a PhD scholar at UMD's School Psychology Program. Her research and practice goal centers on reducing and mitigating the links between poverty and marginalization and child and family outcomes in the US and abroad. So Diksha, please present.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Kaveri. I'm excited to be here. So I'm just going to share my screen. And here we go. So I'm going to talk about poverty and mental health from a family life course perspective, because I'm in a counseling program and I work with children and families. And we see that the impacts of poverty can start very, very young. So I'm going to start with a story. So I'm originally Indian. I lived in India and UAE growing up. And so my family didn't have a lot of resources when I was young. And so I come to the US to start studying. And what I noticed, and at this point, my family has some resources, but I wanted to help in the communities around me. So I started to volunteer in lower income schools around my university in Philadelphia. And so what I quickly noticed was that poverty is poverty in some very real ways. In the schools that I worked in, the children sometimes didn't have enough to eat. They came into school having witnessed gunshots and violence in the neighborhoods. And the more I talked to these kids, the more I realized that mental health impacts can start very young and influence the course of development. So one of the students that I worked with, she told me that, on a good week, she wouldn't hear gunshots coming to school, walking to school. And I thought to myself, how on earth can this child focus in class? How on earth can this child find a way to concentrate, find a way to get a good job eventually after getting good grades? It's possible, but from youth, if there's poverty, there's lots of contexts that come with that. And those contexts can be detrimental to someone's development, later economic stability, and further contribute to poverty. So I just want us to keep these kinds of stories in mind, because the stories of poverty, the stories of these various inequalities are real. And those are we shouldn't forget the people that we're working for and the reasons that we're working for them. So that's why I just wanted to honor the people that I work for. And so today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some frameworks to consider poverty's impacts in context, talk about poverty and mental health impacts across the lifespan, and then start to think about tools and interventions. And as we'll see as we talk, it's not cut and dry. There's not like one tool, one intervention. It depends on exactly what we're looking at and which age we're also looking at it. So here, I'm just going to throw some frameworks at you. Take what you can from this and just consider that intersectionality plays a big role. Dr. Milner talked about this in her address, that intersectionality is how our different identities sort of come together to inform something. And this definitely plays a role in poverty because people of certain class, certain race might actually be more likely to experience poverty because of racism in society. And their interventions might look different in that case. Okay, so here are some frameworks. The first one is the social determinants of health framework. So this has been talked about by the WHO and other like health bodies. And it's the idea that there are non-healthcare related factors, non-medical related factors that can influence someone's health across their life. Some of these factors could include education, access, and quality, healthcare access and quality, neighborhood and built environment, social and community context, and economic stability. So the social determinants of health are basically social factors that determine the course of someone's health. And so this is specifically to physical health, and these are just some of the factors. There are multiple other factors, including, for instance, racism, which isn't directly named here. And so poverty can play into every single one of these factors, as you can probably imagine, like economic stability and poverty, social and community context and poverty, neighborhood and built environment. Where do people who don't have a lot live? Usually in places that are more polluted, have more access to carcinogens in the environment, and so on and so forth. Healthcare and quality is also impacted by poverty, and education access and quality are also impacted by poverty. So poverty is one of these factors, but you can see them cutting across all of them. So this is one of the social determinants of health models. Then there's the idea of social determinants of mental health. So social determinants, as I just mentioned, include any non-medical factors influencing health, and that can be both physical health or mental health. There are upstream and downstream determinants. Upstream determinants are more fundamental causes that can bring about downstream determinants. And the next slide will talk about that a little bit. When we're thinking about social determinants, we got to think about systems and levels and think about intersectionality. And there's a reciprocal interaction between mental health and social determinants. So for instance, if some folks have mental health issues, they might actually be pushed into positions where they can access less resources, where they fall into poverty. So in this case, we need to have an inclusive, compassionate society that honors and supports people who are suffering from mental health problems and mental illnesses to prevent further social determinants of health from negatively impacting them. I hope I'm making sense here, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them later. So here's a levels and systems perspective on social determinants of mental health and the idea of poverty. So there, Dr. Milner referred to this in her opening address as well. Perlitensky has done a lot of work in this area, and so I've pulled from some of his resources. And so he says that we need to consider wellness at different levels. There's individual level, family level, community level, society level. Some of this may be familiar to you all already. And so the social determinants of health can actually act at any of these levels. And so when we're designing interventions and thinking of impacts, we need to think of which level is the social determinant operating. And I also want to talk about upstream and downstream determinants. So upstream determinants are sort of the fundamental causes of later determinants that impact mental health and physical health. So upstream determinants could include something like poverty, could include something like racism, gender, political instability, marginalization, country context. And these determinants can influence later what happens downstream. So if someone is deeply mired in poverty, chances are their living conditions aren't going to be great. And if their living conditions aren't going to be great, chances are that physical health may not be great. Chances are that mental health as a condition of, as a follow-up from physical health may not be great. Like the story I told you in the beginning, if there's gunshots, then that's something in a living environment that's not great, that's caused by poverty. So I just want to introduce that framework so we're thinking about this in context. Racism can also be an upstream determinant that later impacts poverty, that later impacts other things. Casteism can impact poverty, which impacts other things. So there's multiple ways to get to positions that aren't great. Okay. So poverty is a significant risk factor when we consider these systems and levels and frameworks. Poor and disadvantaged populations are most affected by mental disorders, and cumulative stress and physical health serve as mechanisms through which the impacts of social determinants multiply across the lifespan. So poverty is a very salient upstream determinant of later physical and mental health outcomes. And this makes sense when we consider something like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like there are different types of needs that people have, physiological needs, safety needs, belongingness and love needs, esteem needs, and finally self-actualization. And if the basic needs aren't met, we may not be able to move up the hierarchy. So poverty impacts the most basic needs. If there's poverty, there's no food, water, warmth, rest, security, and safety. Chances are we're not going to move to other levels of the hierarchy, or it's going to be hard to do that. So this makes sense that poverty would be a risk factor that enhances the social determinants of health effects and causes them to multiply across the lifespan, because they start right at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There are also reciprocal interactions that have been found internationally. So mental health issues and mental illness, which aren't the same, because one can have a mental illness and still have good mental health and optimal mental health. But anyway, mental health issues and mental illness can cause or can be related to conditions of poverty, because people may be ostracized from society, may not have a good job, may not be able to be included in society. And these conditions of poverty can further exacerbate mental health issues. However, one can also start in conditions of poverty and develop the mental health issues that further exacerbate poverty. So it's like a cycle. And depending on where we are in the cycle, different things can happen. But just know that there's a reciprocal interaction between poverty and mental health and mental illness. And something that really operates here is the idea of access to resources and services. So now I'm just going to briefly talk about impacts of poverty across the lifespan, because as I mentioned, I view this from a life systems perspective, and it can start really young. So here I have prenatal, childhood, adulthood, and old age. These are just some categories that I've sort of distilled the literature into these categories. So prenatally, children who are I guess, conceived in poverty are more likely to have parents with psychopathology, which means the parents have mental illness or mental health issues. And that is a risk factor initially, because someone who has psychopathology while they're conceiving may be more likely to use substances, for instance, and substance use can impact the child's development and brain function. And brain function can impact behavior issues and mental health problems. So that's sort of the link there. Intergenerational trauma can be encoded in genes and gene expression, as some of the other folks during this symposium have talked about. Neighborhood factors are also influence prenatal development, because the neighborhood folks live in impacts how much trauma the mom can experience and the family can experience, and also can impact access to resources for the parents. If there's no access to healthcare, if there's no access to proper food, even before being born, the child can be negatively impacted. Their development can be negatively impacted. There are environmental concerns as well. As I mentioned, people who don't have access to money cannot maybe move into neighborhoods that are better serviced, better resourced, and better taken care of. So there are substances in the environment that can impact them negatively, such as pollution, such as lead, such as radon. So there are a bunch of other things that are present in the home and in the neighborhood environment, more likely to be present in lower income areas, because there aren't the resources to fix those problems. So there are environmental concerns as well, and that can impact the baby's development. Overall, the health concerns can be sort of synthesized into the idea of threats to healthy development and also nutrition, and that can impact how the brain develops. And that can also start psychopathology in children really young. And then finally, I also mentioned healthcare access. In childhood, we take all the prenatal factors and we add a couple more, because the child is growing up and being exposed to more contexts and more potential areas of risk. So there's the idea of the school context, like where does the child go to school? How safe is the school? There's the idea of educational quality and opportunity. Peer groups, who is the child interacting with? Is there potential gang influence there? Toxic stress, and also other forms of trauma and PTSD. And the child and then the child experiences and understands what classism is, which is a threat to mental health. So we've taken prenatal, we've added on a bunch of risk factors as we get into childhood and we consider poverty. In adulthood, you add financial instability, employment concerns. And then in old age, you can add lack of supports and savings. And all of these factors are risk factors to mental health. And more may be present in someone's life. These are just some potential risk factors. So broadly, we need to consider access and risk accumulation, because access to resources and services and income can help mitigate some of these impacts. Risk accumulation is also the idea that everything sort of starts to accumulate. So it's like not just one problem, but 5 problems, 10 problems, 20 problems. And as the risk starts to accumulate, the risk for mental health issues also starts to accumulate. So when we're considering how to intervene, we should consider where we're going to intervene in this cycle and how we're going to intervene, because there are multiple areas of intervention. And that sort of takes me to the idea of interventions. So this is sort of a way to conceptualize which level or life stage are we working at. So there's the idea that there's a macro level context, which is political, social, economic, environmental, historical, human rights, violence, and conflict. So if we lived in a global society where there was more equality and more equity and people had access, and income inequality wasn't so rife, then this wouldn't be as much of a problem considering mental health and poverty. So that's sort of the very macro level context. Wider society. So that's the idea of social protection, community, gender equality, ethnicity, exclusionary processes, and social norms. So how do we take the macro level context of, you know, hey, there is income inequality and the world doesn't really seem to be so interested in solving that. That trickles down to wider society. So what happens in, for instance, in India? What happens in the US? What happens in specific states? And how are safety nets built to reduce the impacts of income inequality? Then there's systems level. So, okay, so let's say there's safety nets. How well are the systems functioning? What kind of systems are there? And how does that trickle down finally to families and parents and the accumulation of positive and negative effects on children's outcomes? So when we're considering interventions, it's not so easy. It's not just like, you know, I'm going to open up a soup kitchen and everything's going to be fixed, or I'm going to start having a program to feed the homeless and everything's going to be fixed. That might be very, very effective. And that might be the level that you choose to work at, and that's fine. But also consider macro levels and consider which level you find most effective to work at. So here are some sample interventions by age and level that I've sort of tried to present and put together. So these are just food for thought. So prenatally, if we're going to do a prenatal intervention and we want it to be at the individual or systems level, we might want to promote access to healthcare and develop pathways to early healthcare and nutrition for families. That's one way to do it. A lot of people also advocate in other ways, like prenatally on the systems level, they might advocate for stronger lead restrictions. So every house should be checked for lead because that could be a prenatal risk factor. I think that for me personally, I would go with healthcare and nutrition first, because for me, that's a more important need for somebody who may be experiencing poverty. Lead is important, but for me, let's get the nuts and bolts of healthcare and food down first. Then there's childhood and adolescence at the individual level. For instance, we could provide healing spaces to provide resources and services and be in community and understanding with folks. So that way we can work on physical and mental health at the individual level. And this could also apply to adults. Then across the lifespan at the family level, we might consider ways to advocate for and promote pathways to stable employment. So we could create like a job center where we help link people up. We could try to reduce stigma of people who are hiring. If there's stigma against hiring certain groups, that contributes to their poverty. And then finally, it's not that simple, right? We have to understand that intersectionality can play a role. If caste is the reason that somebody is experiencing poverty, then we have to work on caste as well as improving access and resources. So that's just sort of like some sample interventions and some ideas, but just broadly, just know that poverty can impact children and families and individuals from pre-birth to old age and well, old age. I was going to say and beyond, but that I don't know. So from pre-birth to old age. And when you're developing interventions, think about how you want to intervene and which stage and which age, because all of that does matter. So I think I'm done. Thank you so much. And if you have any like thoughts, questions, and I'm interested in thinking about applicability to your service. Like, how is this going to impact your work when you think about poverty and mental health? And everyone else has contributed so much too, so you can definitely incorporate what other people have talked about too. So we have a comment from Harmesh. So social determinants are very important, especially for mental health and well-being. Majority of poor kids end up in juvenile halls in the USA, which perpetuates more acting out due to multiple traumas. There's a beautiful Hindi movie recommendation about micro and macro traumas and the impact of caste and development. Yeah, thank you so much, Harmesh. And yeah, I work in juvenile detention in the US, and something that I found, and this is anecdotal, right? It's just what I've heard, the stories I've heard. The idea that we engage in criminal behavior because we don't have a lot, because we want to access resources. And so instead of providing resources, they're put in jail. So it's like the system itself is not thinking about the cause of the behavior and how that's related to social determinants.
Thank you, Diksha. That was a very informative session. I think all of them have the same opinion. Okay, so I would like to inform you that there are three more sessions: migration and mental health, racism and mental health, and the third one is classism and mental health. So we are moving to the next session. I would like to welcome Nancy Sweeney, a semi-retired clinical psychologist with degrees from the Harvard University Graduate School of Education and William James College. Today, she is presenting on the topic migration and mental health. I welcome Nancy. Nancy, are you there?
I'm here. I had to unmute. So good morning. Thank you, Kaveri. Well, thinking about this topic of migration, I am really glad to be part of an international conversation this morning, because international conversations are exactly what we need for an issue that is this big and that really encompasses the globe, and I believe is going to become bigger and bigger over the coming years as climate change really makes a difference. So before I do anything else, I'm going to jot in the comments the name of a book that I found very interesting and useful. All We Can Save: Truth, Courage, and Solutions for the climate crisis. And I want to share the title of this book with you. It's edited by Anaya Elizabeth Johnson and Catherine K. Wilkinson. And what I'm going to be sharing with you this morning, rather than slides, I'm going to share a story, which is really points us in the direction of what an individual can do when they connect with the appropriate resources. This is the story of a man who migrated from India to the United States as a so-called guest worker, although guests are not treated well, as we know. And he actually, by virtue of speaking up and connecting with resources in the United States, was able to produce a tremendous difference in the lives of many people. So let me just take a look at my notes here, call them up. And so let's start. Okay, migration. So when we talk about migration, we're talking about basically about movement. And it can take many different forms. On the more kind of lucky end of the scale, people with privilege, people might choose to move for a better job, and they might choose to move for a marriage. And these are sometimes understood as a type of migration. These individual migrations, although oftentimes they are by people who are relatively privileged, such as myself. I'm actually coming to you from Mexico. I moved to Mexico to retire 2 years ago. And I can tell you, even with the resources you need, you still deal with a new community, a new language, social norms. I find it disconcerting that I can't always read people's expressions or body language. So it still imposes a certain kind of stress. But really the migrations we're focusing on today are the large migrations, people who have no choice or have few choices available to them and need to migrate due to circumstances in their lives or are forced into migration. And these are the migrations that I call a perfect storm, because they're a perfect storm of factors that negatively impact mental health. All the underpinnings for mental health can be torn away. And although it's a catastrophe for this individual, for the individual, it really requires a global solution. As Diksha was saying, things that happen on the macro level, the bigger level of things. So, and as I said, I'm not going to be sharing slides today because I will be taking time to tell a story, and mindful of the limits of time, I'm going to move through the descriptions of migrations fairly quickly and then go to the story. So there are many types of migrations, seasonal migrations of farm workers who may not be documented and who are often poorly treated. I believe in the United States, this is just my opinion, but I think really that the reason the government does not issue more permits for migrant workers to come and work in the fields is that the big corporations, agribusiness, does not want them to. They prefer to have undocumented workers who are really at the mercy of how the agribusinesses want to run the fields. So they are really at a disadvantaged position in society. And we see other groups of disadvantaged people in the United States. Recently, we've seen this phenomenon growing in the Southwest of nomadic older adults, people who are, in their 60s, 70s, and beyond, who live out of their cars and vans or recreational vehicles and work in temporary jobs at places like Walmart. They don't have benefits, they don't have health insurance, and when they're no longer needed, they simply move on to the next place where work is available. And Walmart is happy to allow them to camp out for free in the parking lots in exchange for their services. And even with a legal visa in many parts of the world, migrants may work in construction or under other trades under difficult conditions with no recourse if they don't receive their promised paychecks. These laborers who are participating in these so-called guest worker programs and who have legal visas find that these visas are linked to the corporation who hires them. So they are basically at the mercy of these corporations when working in a foreign country. So these are many permutations of the circumstances that create economic migration. And as I said, the story I want to share with you later on is about a man who participated in a guest worker program. We have larger scale migrations that are often prompted by necessity rather than any clear choice, escaping violence, political repression, fleeing war zones, being driven out of one's place in the world, oftentimes by, I hate to say it, neoliberal policies that deprive indigenous people and others of their homelands, their farmlands. These cause mass migrations and can occur out of desperation. I worked for a while with people who were seeking asylum in the United States from places like Honduras and El Salvador and Guatemala. And I heard a lot about the things that drove them from their homes. And these were not people who wanted to leave, but in order to stay alive, they had to leave. Some migrations like these are analogous to running from a burning building. And I think most people would agree that running from a burning building does not constitute a choice. Throughout history as well, we've seen forced migrations, tremendous tragedy in which entire communities or populations are forced to move by outside forces. One example is African people who were enslaved and brought to the United States. And in other places we've seen, certainly, I think all of you know better than I about the migrations in India, the tremendous migrations, the numerous migrations that took place with the partitioning. The other kind of migration that we're seeing more and more are climate refugees. This is something the world is just starting to acknowledge. They're not acknowledged in the legal system. There has recently been a case of a man who tried to claim asylum based on a climate crisis. And the court rejected his claim, although they did not reject this as a valid consideration. They simply said that the climate crisis was still years down the road in his particular place. So we can see that for the most part, migration is really, it can be a tremendous catastrophe, unfortunately, puts people really at the mercy of things that are happening around them. Trying to keep an eye on my time here. So we have in our own history in the United States, things like the Trail of Tears, a forced migration, a forced march of indigenous peoples that is estimated to be between 60,000 and 100,000 people. And thousands of these people, men, women, and children, died while on the road. We had the Japanese internment camps in America in which Japanese US citizens were placed in camps. We currently have Haitians trying to access the United States through the US border. And so there are these tremendous pressures, and what we see are governments that are really completely and totally unprepared to deal with this. And as far as I can tell, doing very little future planning in terms of how to manage this. There's a real, of course, in the United States, we're still trying to fight our way out of the climate denial, and we're making some progress. But I think around the world, this is really going to be an urgent need. So how does migration affect the conditions needed to maintain mental health? So when we think about it, okay, what's the basic need for mental health? We need safety. We need freedom from hunger, thirst, and other threats to survival. We need healthy practices for mental health. We need to get enough sleep, eat a healthy diet, practice good self-care, have a way of getting some relaxation, keeping your spirit alive. We need connection and community. We need to be part of a loving family. We need to have our place in a circle of friends, and we need to be known by a community. We need to have allies, and we need to know who they are, that we can turn to them in times of stress. We also need things that give meaning to life: art, music, and meaningful work, dance, all of the good things that enliven our spirits and keep us going. So when you look at migration, what we see is the perfect storm of factors which deprive people of all of these things for their mental health. It is catastrophic for the individuals experiencing it. It is the perfect storm where race, class, poverty, and disenfranchisement come together to leave people without any ground under their feet. And they are easily scapegoated in times of political unrest, as we've been seeing, I think, everywhere in the world. And it really, I've been very aware of race and class in this, as I have been observing that, it's funny, in Mexico, where I live, there are a lot of Americans who have moved here. And this white group is known as expats, expatriates. And I have to ask the question, what's the difference between an expat and an economic migrant? And there really isn't. What we are, many of us, is to some degree an economic migrant. But being white and having enough to cover our basic needs, we are kind of viewed in the dominant culture very differently. And very few people question that. They really draw a line. So I think it's really important to notice how these things come together. So to make sure I have enough time, I am going to go into the story here, and I'm going to read you the story of Soni Sulika from Kerala. This is a chapter in the book, All We Can Save, and it is brought to us by Sarah Stillman, an investigative reporter in the United States. She tells this story. Soni Sulika came from Kerala and his fellow workers from India. They came to the United States Gulf Coast as migrant workers to repair oil rigs following Hurricane Katrina. Sulika and his fellow workers eventually brought to the US courts one of the largest labor trafficking cases in US history and triumphed over all odds. Sulika came to the US from India with the hope of providing a better life for his family back home. His wife sold her jewelry and the family sold their land in order to sponsor his employment at Signal International, a marine construction corporation which was repairing oil rigs off the coast of Mississippi after Katrina. In their recruitment, Signal promised their workers a nice room with a refrigerator and a microwave. When Sulika finally completed the long journey to the work site in Mississippi, he found himself in a room full of bunk beds with 23 other men and only 2 toilets. Their quarters were surrounded with barbed wire. Sulika recalls that he felt that he was in prison, and indeed, I think he was. And all of this came about after paying $13,000 US as a recruitment fee, which I looked it up, it's the equivalent of 976,709 Indian rupees. In the work, Sulika was exposed to toxic dust, but not offered any health care when he complained of symptoms, even though a fee for health care was deducted every month from his paycheck. He also was required to pay over $1,000 a month for his miserable accommodations. Not surprisingly, he became depressed and lonely. The Indian workers at other sites in Mississippi and Texas had the same experience. At Signal International and similar companies, on-site injuries, verbal abuse, and wage theft were common. This is a feature of post-disaster cleanup, something that is itself becoming increasingly common as climate change takes a bigger and bigger toll. Migrants, both documented and undocumented, are exploited by companies that want to complete the work as quickly and cheaply as possible, following ever larger and more frequent climate disasters. But Signal International had not anticipated the tenacity of Soni Sulika and his fellow workers. They began to meet inside their barbed wire enclosure to discuss their situation. They formally lodged their complaints and were met with insults and threats of deportation. The company actually reached out to US Customs and Immigration Enforcement to find out how they could legally fire these chronic whiners, as they called the men who dared to speak out. In March of 2007, the company raided the men's quarters and arrested Sulika and some of his companions. One companion named Vijayan had been a leader in the group. He became terrified at the prospect of being deported and sliced his wrists. Sulika and his companions went to the hospital with him and looked after him until he healed. The men decided to make their case public, and with the support of the New Orleans Workers Center for Racial Justice, Sulika and his colleagues staged a month-long hunger strike in Washington, D.C. They then filed with the courts one of the largest human trafficking cases on record and were represented by the American Civil Liberties Union and the Southern Poverty Law Center, 2 of the most prestigious civil rights organizations in the United States. Signal International fought to get the case dismissed, but they failed. In 2015, after a 4-week trial in New Orleans, the jury ruled against Signal and awarded Sulika and his fellow workers $14 million in damages. Signal International was forced to settle with hundreds of other workers from India as well, paying them an additional $20 million. Signal admitted that they were wrong in failing to ensure that guest workers were treated with the dignity and respect they deserved. Signal International declared bankruptcy and went out of business. So this is such an incredible story because it really illustrates how individuals of courage, when they're able to connect with the appropriate resources, like in the United States, the ACLU, are able to bring about a change. And I think it's not just important, we don't have to drive every single company out of business, but what something like this does, and I know this is true in the United States, is it puts everybody on notice that there are consequences for their bad behavior, and the consequences can be severe. So this is something that I think, excuse me, is an excellent example to look at when, you know, we can get overwhelmed with these massive, the very size of the issue. But this is an individual who really was able to bring about a change by holding firm, by holding on to his truth, and by presenting it to the world. Individual courage and tenacity, when coupled with the support of a veritable army of human rights workers and legal experts, all together they stopped in its tracks this corporate machine for whom humans were only something to be exploited for its own benefit. And, you know, when you think about migration, I think the real challenge is for all of us to hold on to our humanity. In coming years, the pressures are going to be great. And when I look at the example of, and let me know what my time is, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but it really is something that can have an impact not just on the migrants themselves, but on the society that they are fleeing to. I think of the example of the Greek Isle of Lesbos, in which initially they were a wonderful example of people taking in migrants in a very humanitarian way of providing them with their needs. But as they became more and more overwhelmed by waves of migration and felt that, you know, that they were just being overrun, a lot of people became angry and violent. And unfortunately, at our present state, they have groups of vigilantes who are really have taken over and are threatening any aid workers and migrants. And it's just really become a very, very tragic situation. And what we see in that case is how these previously well-meaning populations can become quite vicious and angry and violent in response to the waves of migration. If we are going to avoid that, we need to plan for this. We need to stop treating particularly climate migrants as an aberration, as something that we don't predict and don't expect. We've seen so many examples in the United States on our southern border of migrants who are just being treated horribly. I think the worst and most horrific example is children who were taken from their parents at the border. There were parents who committed suicide over that in US detention facilities. And that's hard to forgive, but I think we do need to recognize that the people who enforce these laws are also damaged by it. It's hard to be sympathetic, but it really, people resort to defense mechanisms like sadism and dehumanization of the other as a way of not feeling the grief and pain of what they're up against. And if we're going to maintain our own humanity while dealing with these issues of migration, we also need to think ahead. And this is why I think that this solution needs to be a global one. And I see I'm out of time, so I will thank you for listening today. And I appreciate all that MAP is providing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Alicia Harris to present on the topic racism and mental health. She is the founder of Sentient Counseling and Consulting Service LLC. She has over 10 years of experience and provides services to children, adolescents, and adults from various cultural backgrounds. She is a licensed psychologist, educational consultant, and adjunct professor. I welcome you to present, please.
Good morning. I just want to say first, thank you to everyone and to all the wonderful presenters that have gone ahead of me already, really sharing some really positive and great information. So today I'm going to talk about racism and mental health. I'm going to go over some of the presenters have done a great job of hitting on these concepts already, so I won't spend as much time on them, but going over social determinants of health, spending some time defining racism, understanding the different types of racism, what the effects of that looks like, and then some frameworks for suggestions and for continuing the work. So to start off, it's important to hold that with physical and mental health, they go hand in hand when we're talking about the impact of racism. So it's going to be really hard to separate those two because they're so interconnected. As Diksha has went over already in terms of explaining what those are, again, it's access and quality to healthcare, education, environment, social and community, and economic stability. And so I wanted to highlight and situate these things in terms of when we're talking about racism and the different types, that all of these different social determinants of health, there's a piece that can be connected in regards to how racism shows up or manifests in these social determinants. So when we're talking about racism, there is, in terms of defining it, it's very important to understand what it is. And it is a system of oppression that is based on racial categories and domination that designate one group as superior and the others as inferior, and which then uses these perceived differences to justify inequity, exclusion, or domination. The piece that's important that Jones highlighted in his work was there's this deployment of power that happens against racial groups that are perceived as inferior. So when we get into the different types of racism, it's important to hold the different definitions of them. Jones highlighted individual, cultural, and institutional, which I will go into, but then there's been an added piece of environmental, which I will speak to in a few minutes. So when we're talking about individual racism, there's this piece of, it's also called everyday racism as well, and it assumes the superiority of one's own racial group and rationalizes biases, degradation, restrictions against someone based on their perceived racial minority status. What this has looked like in the US has been like teachers' expectations for students changes based off of what the students' what racial group they belong to. It's also looked like in terms of in India, and some racial discrimination against African students as well. For cultural racism, there's this piece of assumed superiority of a language or a dialect, values, beliefs, worldviews, and cultural artifacts dominant in a society. And so we've seen this in regards to what is deemed to be elite or elegant and what is deemed to not be, in regards to anything from food to fashion to music. All of those pieces are just some examples of that cultural racism. When we talk about the institutional piece, it's important to hold that it really is about the policy and practices within the organization and institutions that contribute to discrimination for a group of people. So right now in the US, this is really showing up in regards to a lot of the voter laws and things like that that are appearing in a lot of the Southeast states of the country. Also in terms of voting laws and restrictions globally and what that had looked like for folks as well. And so there's this new piece, well, relatively new in terms of in 1982, Benjamin Chavez coined the term environmental racism. And so when we think about what that looks like, it is when these environmental injustice occurs within a racialized context, both in practice and policy. There is this piece around climate change is a global manifestation of environmental racism. And so how this has been showing up is in in regards to the Flint water crisis, or who is adversely impacted by the recent natural disasters. Like, what are the communities that are able to repair and recover relatively quickly versus those who are experiencing some more detrimental impacts from those natural disasters. So next, I want to talk about the impact of trauma from racism. And so understanding kind of for a race-based traumatic stress definition, which Carter provided, which basically situates that it is this psychological and emotional distress that BIPOC folks feel or experience due to experiencing racism and discrimination. And so there is a model that holds a race-related stress model that kind of delineates this a little bit more in terms of understanding there's the race-related events that folks of color experience. And again, that's more of that everyday racism or that individual racism that folks experience throughout their day. And then there's also the vicarious experience of race-related events. And we've seen an increase in this, especially with the increase with social media, of having repeated videos and images and articles and things like that, that people have more exposure to and access to these incidents as well. There's also the microaggressions that folks experienced. I won't go into the definition of that, but there's also this intergenerational trauma that happens, the trauma that transcends time. There's this of understanding that trauma does get passed down intergenerationally, and how is it experienced, whether it's experienced very early on from the child, or if it's experienced later on through the storytelling and passing down of information for survival. There is that piece of that intergenerational trauma that comes up. So now I want to transition a little bit into the effects of racism. So there is this anticipatory effects of racism, which is like this heightened awareness and vigilance for self-protection and self-preservation, like anticipating or this burden of preparing yourself for potential racist incidents or microaggressions throughout your day-to-day. And then there's the immediate effects of what we've talked about in regards to understanding like the body keeps score, this fight, flight, or freeze response that occurs when these racist events happened. And then there's a piece about the racial battle fatigue, which is like constant this fatigue that one experiences from constantly facing racially dismissing, demeaning, and insensitive information or stimuli from environment or from other individuals. And so in terms of thinking about how one goes throughout their day, there is like, okay, I'm anticipating, and then once it happens, there's this fatigue that occurs as well. And then we can talk about the more cumulative effects of racism. We know that there is this chronic stress response that's due to the extended release of cortisol or the stress hormone. And these are just some of the things in which people experience in their bodies. So again, kind of making that connection between the health and the mental health of the decreased immune system, changes to metabolism, sleep deprivation, depression and anxiety and experiences of PTSD, the hypertension, the cardiovascular issues, work and relationship issues. I also just want to highlight that in terms of some of the physical health issues, when you're looking at who is leading those physical health issues, when you go to whether it's the CDC or to the WHO organization, you will see that folks of color pretty much leads these categories of physical health issues. So in terms of a direction in which we can go is taking on a psychological framework of radical healing. And here it takes a step away from the Western approaches of what therapy and healing and mental health interventions can look like, and more so making it more of a resistance almost to kind of these Western models. So there is this interlocking systems of hate and oppression that one's experiences, but then we also want to couple that with the envisioning of justice and liberation and what that can look like. So for radical healing, it has to involve a level of critical consciousness, a level of strength and resistance to the oppression and hate that one will receive, and also the emotional and social support of how people will connect to foster that healing. And in terms of like that envisioning justice and liberation, there is that radical hope and cultural authenticity and self-knowledge that can be really helpful. So again, what this can look like practically is like really focusing on the healing rather than the coping. And so getting away again from those Western models of mental health interventions, but really focusing on, okay, how can we get this person to overcome these experiences rather than just manage and deal with them. Fostering this sense of hope within the person of that it's not necessarily being stuck in a place, but there is hope of how we can get to a better place in terms of the mental health and managing those effects. And more importantly, there's this focus on collectivism. Again, that's that critical consciousness, that hope, that resilience, resistance, and authenticity. And then for psychologists, there's also, especially counseling psychologists, there's this piece about centering social justice within this work and within this model and framework. And lastly, for continuing the work, there is these focusing on early interventions with children and adolescents, engaging in the process of learning and critical self-examination for psychologists who are engaging in this work. So really focusing on their own racial identity development and how that can impact the work that they do with clients, and to continue with social action research in particular. And so I just have some references left, but I kept it short. And so I wanted to see if anyone had any questions. Okay, I see folks that are familiar with the radical healing model. It's really great. Yeah, it's a great framework to really shift our perspective on what interventions can look like, and how we can collaborate with our clients rather than taking the role of taking the power in the room, but sharing it. Well, I am all set. If no one else has any questions or comments.
Yeah, they are typing in the chat box, I guess. I hope no more queries are there. Yeah, just appreciated to the chat box. That was a real good session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good session. Next, we have one more presentation, but unfortunately, our last speaker, Ankita Nikalche, disconnects. So we are winding here. So I welcome our treasurer, P. Salim, for vote of thanks.
Yes, good evening. respected patron and founder chairman, Dr. Girish, our most valuable and distinguished guest of today. It is a matter of privilege and pride for me to offer thanks on this day. On behalf of MAP's family and the entire participants of today's program, I want to thank Dr. Harmesh Kumar, who inaugurated the function. He has given his vital time for his busy schedule, especially today, with his innovative experiences. We thank you for being with us today. Further, a big thanks to Dr. Murphy Hamilton, Professor of City University of New York, who has given always has some special privilege and consideration to MAF since its beginning and its growth. My dear, we do remember on every occasion for you and your valuable suggestions, and I believe this evening too, a wonderful experience to all of us. Thank you, Dr. Murphy Halliburton, once again. I would like to place my hearty thanks to all international speakers. I don't want to mention every name for their concerned topics stressed with their experience as well as the world today. I must say my deep sense of appreciation to all MAP family members, especially to our beloved President Dr. Sugadan, Mrs. Veena Krishnan, our General Secretary, Dr. Talochan Singh, Organizing Secretary, Pridda Sarkar, Kaveri Pradap, and our Joint Secretaries Anjana Shekhar, above all Ritu Chauhan, our Vice President, who was unable to attend due to ill health today, for all their sincere and valuable efforts today for this function as a grand success. Finally, I must say my sincere gratitude to all well-wishers and participants on today's program. We have much fortunate by the presence of all dignitaries on this occasion. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you all, and thank you for joining. Wish you a happy day ahead. Thank you. Yeah, we can leave the session now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, the recording of the session is available on our Facebook page. So you can watch and attend our recorded session on our Facebook. That is MAP Link 2020. Thank you once again, India members and NRI, National Rehabilitation Institute members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Dr. Neena Mehta from Rajbara University. We
Yes,
are
yes,
grouped
madam,
with
yeah,
the
I
National
know.
Rehab Institute and some foundation. So we are all working together.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the
I know. I
rehabilitation
attended
activities.
many sessions with Dr. Dharamveer. Yes, I
Yes,
know
sir,
you.
yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Trilochan and Dr. Girish.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Uma. It was a very successful session because of your support. We are really happy. Yes, yeah.
I'm glad you were interested in these topics. They're important. So thank you.
Yeah.
Right,
So I will share the recording link also on your email.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.